Good evening, everyone. The time is 31, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Vice President Ferguson, would you do the invocation, please?
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Father, we just thank you for your goodness and for your mercy that are new every morning. We thank you for your faithfulness, for your love, for your constant presence in our lives. And Father God, we invite you into this meeting and we ask for your guidance, your counsel, and your wisdom in this new year. Father, renew our minds, renew our hearts and our spirits, Father God, that we will behave, our behavior and our choices and our deeds will be in alignment with your will. And help us to be strategic in our planning and in our legislations in this new year. In order to and manipulation, and I lose your divine truth, your peace, your love, protection in Jesus' name. And I ask you to bless the citizens and the elected officials and the employees of the city and all who's associated with us in Jesus' name. Amen and amen.
Amen. Madam Clerk, could you do the roll call, please?
Sure. Councilwoman Fareed,
Here.
Councilwoman Guillaume,
Here.
Councilman Hairston,
Here.
Councilman Herring,
Here.
Councilwoman Jones,
Here.
Council Vice President Ferguson,
Here.
Council President Curtis.
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? I have one. I see that Senator Benson is with us, so we want to add her to the agenda to allow her to speak at the top of our agenda. As I know she's pretty busy with the legislative branch being in session. Any other discussion? Hearing none. Any objections to the amended agenda? None. By unanimous consent, the agenda is hereby accepted. First on the agenda is the Honorable Senator Benson. Welcome to our meeting, Senator Benson. You are on mute. No, ma'am, you're on mute. Try it now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Hello.
I just want to tell you all how glad I am to be here to talk with you all tonight. It really is a pleasure. As you all know, session has already started as of the 10th of this month, and I want you to know that we have hit the ground running. There's a lot that needs to be done. We have a little deficit, but as you know, I sit on the Budget and Taxation Committee. We have been meeting during the course of the summer. We were meeting to talk about how we're going to deal with this problem. We have a big issue with transportation. I mean, you name it, we're having problems with it. As a matter of fact, today we began to talk about the education of our children. There's a lot that we need to take care of. But I'm here tonight because, once again, I want to thank you all. But before I talk to you about why I really am here, I want to bring to your attention what is happening on 704. If you all will look, you see that a lot is being done with Martin Luther King Highway. I went over and had a wonderful, wonderful conversation with the Secretary of Transportation. He is a great gentleman, a wonderful friend. And I talked to him about Martin Luther King Highway. And I told him that we here in the state of Maryland consistently talk about Martin Luther King, but we have a highway, one of the longest highways in the state of Maryland. As a matter of fact, I was told that it's one of the longest highways in the country. I can't confirm that for sure, but I can tell you that I talked with him at great lengths about Martin Luther King Highway and what we needed to do to improve the appearance of the highway. I did say to him that I wanted him to put a real focus on Glenarden, and as you can see, he has done just that. I'm very, very happy about that. The second thing that you need to know is that in the course of the conversation in Annapolis, they did have some arts funding that was floating around, and I was able to get $25,000 of that arts funding, and I'm going to take $10,000 and give it to Thomas Pullen Middle School over on Bright Seat Road, because they told me that I needed to take the money and put it in a school that is arts, that has performing arts as one of its focuses. The other $15,000 we're going to give to Suitland High School. Fairwood Elementary School, you know, is on the drawing board right now because Woodmore Elementary School was closed. And you all know that the agreement now is that a school will be built in Fairwood. But the thing that I'm most concerned about is that the people in that area be very careful about the plan that's being put in place to build a school. I am very supportive of a school that's brick and mortar. I'm not in favor of a school that is not brick and mortar. When we build schools in Prince George's County, we want to build schools that will last. And so I'm just very concerned, and I have talked with the school board members about the need to do that. You know, Suitland High School is on the drawing board. We brought back last year $180 million for the construction of Suitland High School, and the county has agreed to contribute an additional $20 million. So we're really happy about that. The other has to do with Hampton Plaza. We're going to get the 202 Coalition is meeting on Monday at 9:00 at St. Margaret's Catholic Church, and we're going to get a briefing relative to the Hampton Plaza. You know where that's located? That's right off of Central Avenue with the tall building that you see as you go toward 495, because we want to be sure that we be knowledgeable as to when it's going to be built. There is absolutely, my wonderful friends, a laser focus on the Blue Line. So we're going to have an overview of the Blue Line on Monday at the 202 Coalition meeting. Parent Ability Act is one of the bills that I want you all to help me with. I'm going to come back and talk to you as soon as we get the piece of legislation. But what it essentially says is this. The Parent Accountability Act says this. If you have children who are out on the street 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I don't care if it's during the day or at night, and if they are committing illegal activities, breaking in cars, going into stores, stealing, doing all kinds of things that are totally unacceptable, skipping school, and they are arrested for these crimes or the things that they do, and they end up down in Upper Marlboro and Hydesville or wherever they are taken, we are now saying with this bill that the parents or whoever's responsible for the children must accompany the children to the courthouse. But also, once they get there, they must speak to the judge to tell the judge why they should not also be charged. And so I know it's a tough bill. It's modeled after a bill that was a piece of legislation that's in place in California, but it's not as well, if you look at it, it's not as comprehensive and tough as the bill in California. We were able to water it down just a little bit, but we want to hold parents accountable for their children's behavior. We also are looking at, and we've heard a lot from caregivers. We have caregivers who take care of their loved ones, and they have to reach in their pockets take money out to take care of things that are needed for these dear little souls that are having issues and need the help of caregivers. And so we're going to come up with a caregivers tax credit that gives the opportunity for those persons who take care of loved ones, give them a tax credit. That bill has not been finished. That's why I'm not able to come back and give you all of the particulars tonight. As you know, we're just starting as of the 10th of January, but we have about 8 or 10 very important bills that we are putting forth to ensure that the people in the 24th District and Prince George's County are taken care of and they're in the loop. Now, I know that you all have a huge agenda, and I want you all to know that 8:30 tonight, I have a meeting. Hopefully it won't last more than an hour. I was told if I just come and stay 15 minutes, I could do that and come back home. But they needed to see me at this meeting. Now, I want to roll back so that the citizens will understand where I'm coming from. When the maglev was proposed to come through Glenarden, I'm sure many of you all know the story. We were not opposed to the train. Let me say that again. We were not opposed to the train. We were opposed to the fact that they wanted to bring the maglev through Glenarden, which would have taken at least 1,300 homes. Now, I have to tell you all, that gave me heartburn. But I had to make a decision. Do I come before the council? Do I involve the mayor and the council? And at that point in time, I made a decision not to involve directly the mayor and the council. And we were not going to involve too many of the citizens in Glenarden, because I was very afraid that it would interfere with what I was trying to do in the way of saying to the people who were trying to push maglev, that it would interfere with them coming in and doing it anyhow. Now, the key was that we convened a meeting at Flowers High School to talk about it. Once I got the plan in place and began to talk to the people who were responsible for maglev, I said, listen, why don't we do this? Let's bring everybody in the room so that the citizens of Glenarden and that surrounding area can understand why it is that we do not want that maglev coming through Glenarden. And I thought about my wonderful friend, Decatur Trotter, Marvin Wilson, and the people who were absolutely opposed, who were absolutely opposed to 495 coming through separating Glenarden. And then we have Martin Luther King Highway separating Glenarden. I said, enough is enough. And so, you know, we were able to stop it. Because when we called that meeting at Flowers High School, over 800 people showed up to say to the maglev folks, and they thought only about 20 people were going to come. They brought enough literature for 20 people. Over 800 people showed up. But that happened as a result of us working together and planning. Now, wonderful friends, Mr. Chair, council members, Madam Mayor, everybody who's listening, I have put in a bond bill for $2 million for a police station. I am not interested in coming into Glenarden to micromanage where the police station should be. You all have put the plan in place. You all have talked to me about where you want to put the police station. That is your decision. My decision is to be sure that things are in place in Annapolis, along with the delegates, to get the money back from Annapolis to Glenarden. But ladies and gentlemen, I can't do it when there is dissension that continues to wreak havoc with the mayor and the council. I can't do it. I am very, very concerned that there's been correspondence that has been sent to the chair of the Budget and Taxation Committee. I'm very concerned about that. Very concerned, because people are not inclined to want to give money to any municipality or any project when there is dissension among the elected officials in a municipality or wherever it is. If it's board members, wherever. Whenever you have this confusion going on, it creates a problem. Now, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Chair, council members, Madam Mayor, and everybody else, do not send any correspondence to Annapolis when I am working hard with the delegates to get this money back for this police station. It is something that the police deserve. I even had the chair of Budget and Taxation to come up to Glenarden. The mayor was invited, the council was invited, everybody who was involved with this whole process was invited. It was a wonderful, wonderful tour. The chair of the Budget and Taxation gets it. But he has said to me, Senator Benson, is there confusion going on with the mayor and the council? What is the problem? I said, it's no problem. No problem. I don't want to get directly involved in anything. That is not my nature. I'm not taking sides with anybody, but what I want to say to you all, that it is very, very damaging when information is sent to Annapolis that is perceived that there is no getting along. If you're not getting along, keep it in-house, keep it among yourself, but please don't interfere with the money that I'm trying to get back from Annapolis, Maryland. I'm telling you, that is a problem. Now, I'm supposed to be in Annapolis tonight, but I made up my mind that I'm going to come here. It is really upsetting for me when I am being told by the chair of the Budget and Taxation Committee and the people, some of the people who are going to make the decision about the money coming back, that there is dissension going on because of the correspondence that is being sent to Annapolis. I really have a big problem with that, and I'm going to ask that you not do that. Please do not do that, because it's going to create problems for me getting this money back. And Glenarden deserves it. The citizens deserve it. Because when I look at the budget for the last couple of years, I spent 3 days sitting down, going through the budget, looking at where the money is. And we, inside this beltway, have been so short. And I'm sitting on Budget and Taxation Committee, and I am not going to take that sitting down. This $2 million is just a drop in the bucket as to what we really deserve. So I'm going to ask you all, please do not send that correspondence down to Annapolis that it gives a perception that there is no getting along. People, look, we have a municipality here inside the Beltway where that happened. We had a big project in one of our municipalities that was supposed to take place. Here we are down in Annapolis, got the money, everything's moving along, and then we have a group that comes to Annapolis and killed that proposal. No, I'm not interested in that, you all. I don't want us to lose this $2 million. I'm asking that the council, Madam Mayor, all of you all understand that this is so important when we're trying to raise the bar for Glenarden. I don't want anybody to tell me that it's not needed. Don't tell me that. I'm not going along with that, because I've been there. I know what the police have to deal with. And I also know their responsibility when it comes to dealing with Woodmore, dealing with Glenarden. They deserve it. The reputation of the police department, not only in Prince George's County, but around the state, is impeccable. People talk about your police department and how professional they are. People come to Woodmore when the shopping center, and they love the professional attitude that those police officers display. You come back and you go into that police station. Here we have people who are arrested, and the police have to take away from Glenarden and take them down to Upper Marlboro or to Hyattsville. That is unbelievable. They don't have any place where they can store their clothes, where they can change their clothes. Listen, you all, this is a problem for those police. And so we've got to get it straight. We've got to get it straight. But we can't do it, and we can't get this money back if there's constant dissension that's going on and the information is getting down to Annapolis, Maryland. I'm hoping that on behalf of the citizens, on behalf of everybody who loves Glenarden like I do, on behalf of those who are going on to glory, I'm asking you all to not allow that to happen. And if it does, I am going to come back. I'm going to come back. Let me tell you what's going to happen. And people know I'm very, very clear. When I tell you I'm going to do something, it's done. If that happens, I'm coming back and I'm going to tell everybody in Glenarden. And I'm going to call the persons by name, because I do not want anything to interfere with what I'm trying to do for the good of Glenarden. I'm open for questions. Anything that I can do for you all, you know you can call me anytime. I am prepared to help you in any way, but I am not under any circumstances for any foolishness from a single solitary soul. I'm living right. If you go to Annapolis, my reputation is impeccable. When you travel around Prince George's County, my reputation is impeccable because I represent you. And my behavior, I don't want you all to see me in a different light. I'm trying to live right. I'm trying to do right. And I am laser focused on my business when it comes to my citizens inside this beltway.
Thank you, Senator Benson. Are there any questions from council members?
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilman Harry?
Yes, how are you doing, Senator Benson? Thank you for coming on tonight. I guess one of my questions is, I really appreciate you getting 704 done. When I came in 2003, we every year we petitioned the state to do something at 704 to get it paid. For some odd reason, they would stop at Almarley Road, coming from Bowie, and then coming from DC, they would stop, I think it's at Greenleaf Avenue. And Glenarden was always skipped, nothing was ever done. So I really appreciate you having this major restoration work done on 704, but it's sad it took 20 years to get it done, where other parts of 704 were being done on a regular basis and being maintained and beautified on a regular basis. One question about the new school, and this has been a pet peeve of mine, is that, again, the state is going to give the Prince George's County money for another new school, but what is going to stop our school board or our representatives from basically taking our money and turning our school into a specialized school, like they did with Glenarden Woods, straight tag, or, and it isn't going to benefit the comprehensive students that really need additional help in additional education. So is there any way that y'all can earmark that money for only a certain type of school?
Mm-hmm.
And that's it, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Councilwoman Guillaume?
Sure. Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to make just a comment, or just offer some comments to Senator Benson. Senator Benson, I just want to specifically thank you for just fighting for Glenarden and for doing it in a selfless way. I can attest to almost everything that you mentioned, and I'm happy that we were on mute because I was just saying amen, amen, and amen. I also want to say that, having been in the city when the late Chief O'Donnell was here, and then now seeing his great successor, Chief Bryant, being here, that I too agree, and I'm sure, and I don't want to speak for the entire council because they're here themselves, but I agree with everything you mentioned about the police department and how we need to invest in the lives and in that particular department where those lives actually have to do work. I want to also tell you specifically from my mouth to your ears that your efforts don't go unnoticed. And it's unfortunate that while you're fighting so hard for us, you have had to now fight this little, I don't wanna say little, but had to be, your efforts were almost derailed on behalf of the police department and what we are all trying to do. So I just want to let you know that, again, we appreciate you. I appreciate you. We talk offline, we talk online, but I just want you to know specifically from my mouth to your ears that we are grateful, beyond grateful for your efforts, especially as it pertains to the police department and this great city that we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank
you.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor Cross?
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Benson, for your words. And also, I do want to acknowledge for the schools, relative to the overcrowding in the schools, there is a letter going out from the school board member, Shayla Adams Stafford, and it's also endorsed, if you will, supported by Dr. Gorman there at Charles Flowers High School. We would ask that the Senate would also take into consideration the amount of extracurricular programs that Flowers has, which makes it a very attractive school, which is why a lot of the overcrowding is happening. And consider, with the new development and the new schools that are coming, adding some of those extra recreational activities that build the character of the schools that are being developed and built up. So if we're looking at the different high schools, look at what Charles Flowers offers to also echo that to the new institutions that are being developed, and also consider before and after care programming that also supports that intramural style caliber of training, because that's where our children are growing and building their career choices for college and getting scholarships and other open door opportunities. Relative to the police department, you mentioned that they're having to take our detainees down to Upper Marlboro, but are we clear that this new development will have a jail or it won't have a jail? That was one of my initial concerns relative to the police department. I don't know that the plan equally had provisions for actually housing detainees, so we would still be hauling them down to Upper Marlboro. Can we clarify that? Thank you.
Yes. If you talk with the police department, they are saying that if an arrest is made at Woodmore Shopping, so let's use that as an example. If there is an arrest made at Woodmore, they are not able to have a facility in Glenarden whereby they can really hold these people. They don't have do not have a holding cell. None. They are saying to me, and they said it to the president, the chair when he was there, that they have to take away from the business of Glenarden, and they must take the individual to either Upper Marlboro or to Hydesville. And that prevails with juveniles. Juveniles or anybody who commits a crime, and the police from Glenarden makes the arrest, there's nothing secure in that police department right now whereby they can hold that individual. No place. So they have to take away from Glenarden, the business of Glenarden, and take the individual to either to Hyattsville or to Upper Marlboro. I want to get back to Flowers High School. We have in Flowers High School a wonderful principal. A wonderful principal. And that really was exemplified when, for some reason, he was removed from the school. It's constant foolishness that goes on with that principal. I'm just so afraid he's going to leave Prince George's County, because I have to tell you all, if you go in that school and you spend time in that building with that principal, who pretty much knows each of the children by name, it's very hard to find anybody like Dr. Brown. He is wonderful. And I said to the superintendent, what's happened at Flowers High School right now is you've taken away the steam that was put in place by this principal, moving the number of children who go off to colleges and universities at Flowers High School, nobody talks about it. That school really is a diamond in the rough. I mean, you have teachers in that building that really do a supreme job of preparing kids. But when you have the constant turmoil coming from Upper Marlboro, and every time you turn around, there's some foolishness going on with the principal, I have some issues with that. I'm a former school principal. I know what I see. I've spent 40 years of my life in the Prince George's County Public Schools. I'm telling you, and I know what I see.
Thank you, Senator Benson. Are there any other questions from council members? Okay, hear none. Senator Benson, thank you for showing up, and I echo what Councilman Guillaume said. We really appreciate all of your hard work to fight for the citizens inside the Beltway, and specifically for the citizens of Glenarden. 100% agree that our police department definitely need this structure, this building that could really help just with the process and operations of law enforcement. So I appreciate all the work that you're doing, and just want to say thank you.
And let me tell you how much I love each of you, and I want to thank you all for the work that you do. I've been in this business before you were born, Mr. Curtis. I started out in the political arena in 1964, and I've been running up and down and all around since that time. I want to thank you all for the work that you do. This is not a piece of cake. It's not an easy job. I want to give you a little hint of what Steny Hoyer told me back in the 60s. He said, listen, once you win an election, you never stop running. The work that we have to do is it's off the chart. We have so much to do, and I want to thank you. If you find that Senator Joanne C. Benson is moving in the wrong direction, I want you to pick up the phone and call me or send me a note, because my desire is to do what I know is right. I'm not interested. Look, political expediency is not where I am. And I don't get in the line because the line is forming. I get into the line because it's the right thing to do. And I thank you all from the depths of my heart for every single thing that you do.
Thank you, Senator Benson. And I assure you, sorry. Thank you, Senator Benson. I appreciate that. And I assure you that the council is behind you 100%, and was equally disappointed to learn about the communication to the chair. And so we will, definitely make sure that, we are all like-minded going forward.
Thank you. Now I have to jump off because I have an 8:30 meeting. And so God bless all of you. And I want you to know that there is not a day gone by that I don't bow my head and pray for those of us who are in authority, because it's not an easy job.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you
Have
so
a good
much,
night.
Senator Benson.
Thank you. Love you. God
We
bless.
love you too.
Bless you.
All right. Next on the agenda, the approval of the minutes from October 25th, the special regular work session, October 27th, the special work session, November 6th, the work session, November 14th, 2023, a public hearing, and November 20th, the regular sessions. And I believe this should sum up everything through 2023. So with that, is there a motion to approve these minutes? Is there a motion to approve the minutes? If I get a motion, thank you. Is there any discussion? Any opposition? Hearing none, these minutes have been adopted by unanimous consent. Thank you. Now moving on to legislation. First up is legislation, ordinance, O-04-2024, Code Chapter 149, Vehicles and Traffic, updates needed for placement of red speed cameras and red light cameras. So council members, I did put on here the option of this becoming an emergency ordinance because of the importance to citizen safety. And so wanted to first, before we get into it, raise the motion to adopt this as an emergency ordinance, given the safety concerns in the city with speeding. So with that, is there a motion to bring this to the floor as an emergency ordinance? I will take the first motion. Is there a second?
I second. Sorry, this
Second.
unmute button is like delayed.
No worries. Any discussion? And this is only for it to become an emergency ordinance, whether pass or fail. Okay, well, we'll do a voice. I'm sorry, Councilman Harry.
Yeah, before you do, you're saying it's an emergency ordinance because it's dealing with safety within the city? Was this was this focused on 704?
This is, I believe, with throughout the city, including 704. And I can, if anybody wants to correct me if I'm wrong, but this is everything, including 704.
Okay, because I know at the last meeting, I know they were speaking mostly about 704 and putting a camera on 704. I'm not sure
No,
what else.
this is all inclusive because we have a, city has become pretty popular. There's a lot of people who don't belong here. That's not the right word to say, who do not live here, who speed through our community, and have no regard for our citizens.
Okay,
So
I know
with-
that. I know. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, Madam Clerk, could we do a voice vote to bring this forward as an emergency ordinance?
Sure. Councilwoman Fareed,
Yes.
Councilwoman Guillaume,
Yes.
Councilman Hairston,
Yes.
Councilman Herring.
Abstain.
Did you say abstain?
Yes.
Okay. Councilwoman Jones,
Yes.
Council Vice President Ferguson,
Yes.
and Council President Curtis.
Yes.
Vote carries. 6
Okay.
to 1 abstention.
Thank you. So this is now an emergency ordinance. And Madam Clerk, is it required that we read it again? Because we already had a first reading. Madam Parliamentarian, could you give clarity on that? Since we've already had a reading of this, do we have to read it, go through a second reading?
You're
Point of order.
supposed to.
Hold on. All right. I'll do the point of order first, Dr. Grant.
We never read it the first time. Because remember, it just was introduced.
I'm
No
sorry.
action.
You're right. I apologize. So thank you, Councilman Herring. I got confused. There's a lot of legislation that the council has passed, and I got this confused with something else. So you can nix that question, Dr. Grant. We have to read it. So Madam Clerk?
Emergency Ordinance 04-2024. The sponsor is Council President Curtis, co-sponsor Vice President Ferguson at the request of administration. The public hearing was January 9th. The date of introduction was January 2nd, and here we are in regular session, the 16th. An ordinance of the City of Glenarden for the purpose of amending Chapter 149, Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, and an Article 2, Providers for Traffic Monitoring Systems. Whereas the City of Glenarden is a municipal corporation of the state of Maryland, 15 and operating under Article 11-E of the Constitution of Maryland and subsection 5-202 of the Maryland Code as amended. And whereas the Maryland Code, Local Government Article, Section 5-2, as amended, authorizes the legislative body of each municipal corporation of the state of Maryland to pass ordinances that such legislative body deems necessary to assure the good government in municipality, to protect and preserve the municipality's rights, property, and privileges, to preserve peace and good order, to secure persons and property from danger and destruction, and to protect health, comfort, and convenience of the citizens of the municipality. And whereas subsection 21-809 of the Transportation Article, Maryland Code, as amended, authorizes the city to operate a speed monitoring system to enforce the speed limit in the school zones within the city. And whereas subsection 21-202.1 of the Transportation Article, Maryland Code, as amended, authorizes the city to operate traffic control signal monitoring systems. And whereas on May 30th, 2021, the General Assembly of Maryland enacted HB 619, Chapter 447 of the 2021 Laws of Maryland, now codified in Transportation Article, subsection 21-809B1, version 1, authorizing, in addition to designated school zones, the placement of speed monitoring systems, also known as speed cameras, in Prince George's County on highways and residential districts with the maximum posted speed of 35 miles per hour to be effective on October 1st, 2021. And whereas pursuant in the transportation article, subsection 21-101S, the term residential district is defined as an area that, 1, is not in a business district, and 2, adjoins and includes a highway where the property along the highway for a distance of at least 300 feet is improved mainly with residences and buildings used for business. And whereas Title 21 of the Transportation Article of the Maryland Code, hereinafter the code, authorizes and empowers the city of Glenarden to implement and use speed monitoring system and red light photo enhanced systems that are consistent with the requirements of Title 21, subtitles 2, and the Transportation Article of the Code on a public highway. And whereas it is the belief and understanding of the mayor and council that the speed monitoring system will advance public safety and welfare, and red light enforcement systems strategically placed in designated areas will advance the safety and motoring public. And whereas in the public interest of the city adopts such enforcement mechanisms for increased public safety. And whereas it is appropriate to authorize the chief of the city's police department to determine appropriate school and residential speed enforcement zones and red light enforcement locations. Section 1. Now therefore be it resolved and ordained by the City Council of Glenarden, Maryland, in Chapter 149 Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2, Traffic Regulations, is amended as follows to include the repeal and reenactment of subsections 149-14.1 and the addition of subsections 149, 14.2, 14.3, 14.4, and 14.5, all set forth below. Subsection 149.14.1, Traffic Monitoring Systems. A, definitions. In sections 149.14.1, 14.2, 14.3, and 14.4, the following words and or phrases have meanings indicated. Department, the Glenarden Police Department, erroneous violations, a potential violation submitted by a speed monitoring contractor as defined in the transportation article of Maryland Code at subsection 21-809A3. Owner, the registered owner of a motor vehicle or leasee of a motor vehicle under lease of 6 months or more, except that the owner does not include 1, a motor vehicle rental or leasing company, or 2, a holder of a special registration plate issued under Maryland Code Transportation Article Title 13, Subtitle 9, Part 3. Program administrator, a city employee or representative designated by the chief of police to oversee the contract with the speed monitoring system contractor. School zone, a designated roadway segment with the posted speed limit of at least 20 miles per hour and located up to and within a half-mile radius of a school or any of a school for any of grades kindergarten through grade 12, where the school related activity occurs as a further defined in the transportation article of Maryland Code, subsection 21-809A7. Recorded image, an image recorded by a speed monitoring system on a photograph, a micrograph, an electric image or videotape or any other medium of showing 1, the rear of a motor vehicle, 2, at least 2 time-stamped images of the motor vehicle that include the same stationary object near the motor vehicle, and 3, on at least 1 image or portion of tape, a clear and legible identification of the entire registration plate number of the motor vehicle. Residential district, an area that 1 is not a business district as defined by the transportation regulation, ART, subsection 21-101 of the Maryland Code, and 2, adjoins and includes a highway where the property along the highway for a distance of at least 300 feet is improved mainly with residences and buildings used for businesses. Speed monitoring system, a device with 1 or more motor vehicle sensors producing recorded images of a motor vehicle traveling at a speed of at least 12 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. Speed monitoring system operator, a representative of the department or contractor that operates a speed monitoring system. B, establishment of school and residential zones, installation of traffic control devices. 1, the council, by ordinance or resolution, following a reasonable notice to the public in a public hearing, may establish a school zone or residential district on any road under the city's jurisdiction or with permission of the county or state highway administration on any county or state road within, excuse me, a half-mile of a school or within a residential district, and for any school zone or residential district so established, shall set a maximum speed as permitted by law, provided that the designation of such school zone or residential district and maximum speed limit set forth, such as a zone or district, shall become effective until the city installs signs designating the school zone or residential district and indicating the maximum speed applicable in the school zone or residential district located in the city of Glenarden. 2, the city may install or erect traffic control devices in the designated school zone or residential district in any of the sign required by subsection B, 1, and 3, including time flashing warning lights and including speed monitoring systems as defined by subsection A of this section. 3, if the city moves or places a mobile or stationary speed monitoring system to or at a location where the speed monitoring system has not previously been moved or placed, the city may not issue a citation of a violation recorded by the speed monitoring system. A, until signage is installed in accordance with subsection C, and for at least 15 calendar days after the signage is installed. And C, the provision is not applicable to a handheld unit directly operated by the police officer. C, notice requirements. Before activating a speed monitoring system or changing an existing speed monitoring system for a school zone to a residential district designation with a longer or modified daily activation period, the chief of police or the designee shall, 1, publish a notice of location of the speed monitoring system on the city's website and in a newspaper of general circulation in the city. 2, ensure that each sign that designates a school zone or residential district is proximate to a sign that indicates that speed monitoring systems are in use in the school zone or residential district and is in accordance with the manual for the specifications for a uniform system of traffic control devices adopted by the State Highway Administration. D, school zone operational times. A speed monitoring system in a school zone may operate only Monday through Friday between 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. E, speed monitoring system operator requirements. In addition to all requirements set by the state law and/or contract, a speed monitoring system operator shall, 1, complete training by a manufacturer or of speed monitoring systems in the procedures for setting up and operating the speed monitoring system. 2, fill out and sign a daily setup log for a speed monitoring system that states that the speed monitoring system operator successfully performed the manufacturer's specified self-test of the speed monitoring system prior to producing a record image. 3, the daily setup log required by subsection F2 of this section shall be kept on file and shall be admitted as evidence in any court proceeding for a violation of this section. F, speed monitoring system manufacturer requirements. In addition to all requirements set forth by the state law and/or contract, a speed monitoring system manufacturer shall issue a signed certificate to the speed monitoring system operator on completion of training, which certificate shall be admitted as evidence in any court proceeding for a violation of this section. G, calibration. In addition to all requirements set forth by the state and/or contract, 1, a speed monitoring system shall undergo an annual calibration check performed by an independent calibration laboratory. 2, the independent calibration laboratory shall issue a signal certificate for calibration and after a manual calibration check, which shall be kept in file and shall be admitted as evidence in any court proceeding for a violation of this section. H, penalty of certain violations. In addition to the penalties set forth in subsection 149.14-4, the following penalty provisions apply. 1, unless a driver of a motor vehicle received a citation from a police officer at the time of violation, the owner, or in accordance with subsection K4 of this section, the driver of the motor vehicle is subject to a civil penalty if the motor vehicle is recorded by a speed monitoring system while being operated at least 12 miles per hour above the posted speed limit. 2, the penalty for violation established by a speed monitoring system under this subsection shall be $40. Citation and warning notice. Subject to the provision of the subsection 1, 2 through 4 of this section, the department shall mail to an owner liable under the subsection 8 of this section of the citation upon a form that is prescribed by the District Court of Maryland that shall include information required by the Maryland Code Transportation Article subsection 21-809. 2, the department may mail a warning notice instead of a citation to the owner liable under subsection 8 of this section, and for a period of 30 days after the city installs the first speed monitoring system, the department shall mail only a warning notice and may not issue a citation. 3, except as provided in subsection K4 of this section, the city may not mail a citation to a person who is not an owner. 4, except as provided in subsection K4 of this section, a citation issued under this section shall be mailed no later than 2 weeks after the alleged violation if the vehicle is registered in this state, and 30 days after alleged violation if the vehicle is registered in another state. 5, a person who receives a citation under subsection 1(1) in this section may pay the civil penalty in accordance with instructions on the citation directly to the city, or B, elect to stand trial in the district court for the alleged violation. J, certificate alleging violation, presence, and testimony of an operator adjudication. 1, a certificate alleging that the violation of this section occurred in satisfying the requirements of Maryland Code, Transportation Article 21, Article subsection 21808(1) shall be evidence of the facts contained in the certificate and shall be admissible in a proceeding alleging a violation under this section within the presence or testimony of a speed monitoring system operator. 2, if a person who received a citation under subsection 8 of this section desires the speed monitoring system to be present and testify at trial, that person shall notify the court and the state in writing no later than 20 days before the trial. 3, adjudication of a liability shall be based on preponderance of evidence, sorry. K, definition of violation. Pursuant to Maryland Code Transportation Article subsection 21809, the district court may consider in defense of a violation A, subject to subsection K2 of this section, that the owner of the vehicle or registration plates of the motor vehicle were stolen before the violation occurred and were not under the control or possession of the owner at the time of the violation. B, subject to subsection K3 of this section, evidence that the person named in the citation was not operating the vehicle at the time of the violation. And C, any other issues of evidence that the district court deems pertinent. 2, to determine that the motor vehicle or the registration plates were stolen before the violation occurred and were not under the control or possession of the owner at the time of violation, the owner shall submit proof that a police report regarding the stolen motor vehicle or registration plates was filed in a timely manner. 3, to satisfy the evidentiary burden of under subsection K1B in this section, the person named in the citation shall provide the district court a letter sworn to be affirmed by the person and mailed by certified mail, return receipt requested, that A, states that the person named in the citation was not operating the vehicle at the time of the violation. B, includes any other corroborating evidence. 4, vehicle operator to receive citation. A, if the district court finds that the person named in the citation was not operating the vehicle at the time of the violation, or receives evidence under subsection K3 of this section, identifying the person driving the vehicle at the same time of the violation, the clerk of the court shall provide the department a copy of any evidence substantiating who was operating the vehicle at the time of the violation. B, on receipt of sustaining evidence from the district court under subsection K4 of this section, the department may issue a clarification as provided in subsection 1 of this section to the person who the evidence indicates was operating the vehicle at the time of the violation. C, a citation issued under subsection K4 of this section shall be mailed no later than 2 weeks after receipt of the evidence of district court. Section 14914.2 Traffic signal monitoring systems. The chief of police is authorized to erect and operate through the city employees or a duly authorized or qualified agent, one or more traffic signal control devices as authorized by section TR subsection 21202.1 of the Maryland Code, the Enabling Act. B, the civil penalties shall be paid to the city of Glenarden, and all unpaid violations may be forwarded for collection actions except that in a contested case before the District Court of Maryland, the penalty shall be collected by the District Court in accordance with subsection 7-302A of the Courts and the Judicial Proceedings article of Maryland Code and distributed in accordance with subsection 12-118 of the Transportation article of the Maryland Code, as any of the foregoing may be amended from time to time. C, the chief of police is hereby authorized to charge an administrative fee or fees for the cost of notifying the Maryland Motor Vehicle Administration a violation not contested or paid within 30 days of their issuance, and an additional administrative fee for the issuance of the Maryland Motor Vehicle Administration or any other notice or release requested in connection or uncontested or unpaid violations. D, a violation which is timely being contested and thereafter ruled upon by the District Court of Maryland to have been correctly and thereafter not timely paid shall be subject to any administrative fees as provided in section 149-14.4. Section 149.14.3, designation of school zones, residential district, and red light camera intersections. A, as referenced in section 149.14.1b, and to the extent of it does not conflict with the state law, the council may designate certain roadways to be designated as a school zone, further defined as a designated roadway segment up to half a mile in radius from the school for any grades kindergarten through 12, where the school-related activity occurs, including traveling by students to and from school on foot or bicycle, or dropping off and picking up of students by school buses or other vehicles on any county, municipal, or state road, and further approves and authorizes the use of mobile and stationary red light camera systems provided for red light camera enforcement at signalized intersections within the municipality, including 1, Martin Luther King Jr. Highway, Maryland 704, Judge Severia Woods, and Glenarden Woods Elementary. B, as referenced in section 149-14.1b, the council may designate certain roadways to be designated as residential districts as defined in section 149.14.1, and shall, as designated residential districts, also include a school zone. Then the speed camera designation that affords a greater level and duration of protection to the public shall control, provided the segment of the roadway meets the proper definition and said residential districts initially designated as follows. 1, all qualified municipal, county, or state roadways within the jurisdiction boundaries of the city of Glenarden to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the residents of the city of Glenarden as prescribed by the chief of police, and 4, any roadways designated as school zones. C, the intersections designated for the deployment of traffic control signals monitoring systems are as follows. 1, Glenarden Parkway at Bright Seat Road, and 2, any other roadway or location required to protect the health, welfare, and safety of the residents of the city of Glenarden as designated by the chief of police. Excuse me. 149-14-4 red light cameras enforcement program traffic monitoring system. The use of the red light cameras for traffic control is authorized at locations within the city determined by the chief of police. B, the city may enter into appropriate agreements with duly qualified vendors for the furnishing of labor, equipment, and maintenance related to the installation and operation of red light camera enforcement of the red light camera enforcement program. The chief of police is authorized to negotiate with such duly qualified vendors, provided no agreement or such labor, equipment, or maintenance shall be effective until first having duly approved by the city council. C, the city's red light camera enforcement program shall be conducted in compliance with all applicable provisions of the Transportation Article subsection 21-202.1 of the Maryland Code and amended from time to time and all applicable laws. D, unless the driver of a motor vehicle recorded by a red light camera in violation of Transportation Article 21-202H of the Maryland Code is amended from time to time, received a citation from a police officer at the time of the violation, the owner, or in accordance with the Transportation Article, subsection 21-202.1G5 of the Maryland Code as amended from time to time, the operator of the subject vehicle shall be guilty of municipal infraction and subject to civil penalty of $75. The city may also collect those administrative fees set forth in subsection 149.14.2C related to the implementation of a red light camera enforcement program within the city. Section 149.14-5 penalties and fees. A, civil violations. 1. A violation of any city speed monitoring system shall be deemed a civil infraction pursuant to subsection 21-809 of the Transportation Article of the Maryland Code, and the penalty shall be a fine of $40. 2. A violation of section 149.12 traffic signal monitoring systems shall be deemed a civil infraction pursuant to subsection 21-202G5 of the Transportation Article of the Article of Maryland Code, and penalties shall be a fine of $75 and distributed in accordance with subsection 12.118 of the Transportation Article of the Maryland Code, as any of the foregoing may be amended from time to time. 3. MVA flagging fee and unpaid speed red light or parking citations, $35. A return check fee for unpaid citations, $35. 5. If a speed camera or red light camera citation has not been paid in 30 days, the fee shall double, and if not paid in 60 days, the fee shall double again for each speed and red light violation. 6. If a speed light camera, red light camera, or parking violation citation violation has not been paid after 90 days, it shall be forewarned by a bona fide collection agency, and collection fee for $40 shall be assessed for each violation in default or collection status. Section 2. Be it ordained and enacted that any prior ordinances adopting and enacting any provision of section 149-14-1 of the said code, or any other ordinance or resolution previously adopted pertaining to the subject or subjects embodied in the title of this ordinance or provision found herein, shall be deemed repealed and superseded by the provisions of this ordinance. Should a previously enacted ordinance cover a provision or subject is not covered in this ordinance, it shall remain in full force and effect unless it directly conflicts with the express language of this ordinance. Section 3. Be it further ordained and enacted that this ordinance shall take effect 30 calendar days following the adoption by the City Council by having passed a required yea or nay vote of the Council of the City of Glenarden. And Section 4, be it further ordained and enacted upon passage that the city clerk shall cause a summary of this ordinance to be published at least twice in the city newsletter and twice in the newspaper, having general circulation for the city. Be it further ordained by the City Council of Glenarden, Maryland, on January 16th, that this ordinance is and shall become effective 20 days following the passage by the council.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I apologize, I probably should have split that up with you. But I will give you a break on the next couple of legislations. Is there a motion to bring us to the floor for a vote?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Clerk?
Councilwoman Fareed? Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. President?
Councilman Herring?
Yeah, because as she read through it, I hear there's a lot of places in there that conflicts with our charter. Like it said in there that the chief of police will set fees. The chief of police, no department here set fees. The council sets the fees. So that needs to be cleaned up. Also, you know, again, the council determines where these speed cameras will be, not the chief of police. Because again, it has to be designated by the council. So I'm not sure why that conflict is in there. There's another section in there. There's another section in the Charter 141 that talks specifically talks about violations. And again, violations are set by the council. So that needs to be cleaned up.
Okay. Any other discussion before we go to a vote? Okay, so we will, as amended, to make sure that it's the council that has the authority to place the cameras and designate different things, as Councilman Herring stated. Councilwoman Jones?
So with the amendment of the council being the designee for all of the cameras, we will get direction from the police department as to where they should and should not be.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Dr. Grant?
yes. In light of the most recent statement by the councilman, this item should not be voted on at this time because of the what is assumed violations.
What, I'm sorry, say that again?
If there are violations within this document, you should not be voting on it at this time until it's cleared up.
Thank you. And Doctor. Mr. O'Connor, I'll allow you to speak because since you pretty much wrote the ordinance.
So this did go through legal review, Mr. President. And what is happening here is through this ordinance, the location of the cameras is being delegated through this ordinance to the chief of police. So a resolution ordinance does not need to come back every single time. Also, the locations are designated further within this ordinance. What it's doing by this ordinance also delegates the setting of the fees to the police department, because the police department administers the program and the chief is not actually setting the fees. The council is setting the fees, because when you pass this ordinance, you are setting the fees. So this did go through legal review for the charter prior to being here. So the only thing I could advise you on is that the town attorney our city attorney has reviewed this. All that's happening is there is a delegation of authority to the police chief to place the cameras. So it does not have to come back every single time to council if a camera needs to be moved in a residential zone, because this is a new ordinance.
Okay. Thank you. So, Councilman Herring.
Yeah, again, I don't care what the attorneys did, because attorneys don't always get it right. I mean, just reading this alone just obviously shows that you got to come to the council just to get these designations done for the various streets. And I brought that up last time too, because it says the council by resolution or ordinance shall designate either school zones or business zones or residential zones or whatever it's called. And you can't just sit there and say, the chief can say, this is gonna be a school zone, and the law is saying that you gotta do it by resolution or ordinance. It doesn't work like that. And we have a charter that says that the council is responsible for the finances in the city. So we set the fees for every thing that we have, we've set the fees for. So I'm just saying it's going to be confusion. I know it's going to be pushback, and I guarantee you when somebody gets stopped, they're going to be like, where's the ordinance or resolution to show that this street is designated as a school zone? And if you just say, well, the chief said it is, and they're going to be like, well, no, it isn't. So I don't know what Mr. Kopinski be looking at, or the attorneys be looking at, but they need to be looking at our total charter, because I mean, we're going to have to come back on this one, I guarantee. I mean, I'm no lawyer, but good gosh, I can read. So, all right, thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Dr.
your
Grant?
yes, your guidelines clearly states, and the attorney should go back and take a look at it. If there is one objection to any of the resolutions, then it is not voted on and it goes back for correction. And I can only advise you on that. There's a difference between the parliamentarian and the lawyer.
I'm sorry, you said if there's one objection.
If there is one objection to the resolutions, and there is a conflict, and I listened to the gentleman real clearly, you should not be voting on this. You put yourself in a precarious position when you do that. But I can only advise you what the guideline says, and I have read that on resolutions. Okay, thank you.
I have one clarifying question, Dr. Grant. If there's one objection, so how does that fit in with, I mean, because we have objections all the time. Some resolutions pass 4-3, some resolutions pass 5-2. So are you saying that, I mean, because there can be an objection.
There can
but
be objections, but if there's any violation, it appears there are violations in this document. There are violations in the document. If there are violations in this document, I would advise you not to vote on it at this particular time. That is what I am saying. Yes, you
Okay.
will receive people who on a yes and no, but violations, totally different.
Okay, so we're already in a motion, so then I will have to have a motion to table it, correct?
Just rescind. Yes, you can rescind, right? You didn't announce it, so you're fine right there. You can table it until such time that the matter is brought forth on, cleared up on this particular document.
I'm already in a motion. There was a second
It
motion.
does not matter. You can take the motion back. You have not fully announced the motion. I listened to you. When the chair doesn't fully announce the vote, and you have not taken the vote, they have not voted. So now you can table it at this particular time. You have not voted.
Okay. Last word, I'll go to the chief.
Good evening, everyone. Now we went to the attorney 3 times with this document. And like O'Connor said, the chief name is designated, so they don't have to keep coming back over and over. But the parliamentarian saying violation. I'm trying to understand what particular violation she's talking about, because the attorney went over 3 times. We reviewed it 3 times to get it right. So
Chief, I think the violation that we're talking about is that if we pass this, then it'll conflict with the law of the city of Glenarden, which says that if there is something that needs to be moved, then it has to be moved by the council. And it's not to say that it's not certainly to say that I don't trust you to place the cameras where they need to be. However, if there is a law in the books in our ordinance that says that it has to come before the council, then that supersedes how I would feel. And that's the violation that Councilman Herring brought up, and that Dr. Grant is saying that if there is a violation, if Karpinski didn't miss that, and that this ordinance would conflict with it, then we'll either have to, 1, change the charter, or 2, not vote on the ordinance. And since we're here with the ordinance, the easiest thing for us to do is just to table the ordinance to make sure that we that it's actually not in violation. Because we do that. Like I could say, oh, I don't think there's a violation, but if I say yes to this ordinance and I go back and I say, oh, actually does say this in the charter, then we will be in the wrong.
Okay, understood. When you said violation, I thought of something else. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
No worries. So we will table this legislation until we can get so we can make sure that there aren't any violations with this ordinance. All right. I don't think we need any objections or do anything. Right, Dr. Grant? We just move on.
That's right. I think your language you want to use, that there is not any conflict with your charter, your ordinance. Yes, that's all you want to do.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, we will move on to the next one. It is a resolution to give a property tax rebate to Glenarden homeowners. Let me pull it up so you guys can see it. Sorry. Desktop. Okay. Chief, is that a new hand or old hand? I take that's an old hand. So lower your
That's an old hand, sorry. Let me take it down.
All right. Okay. Share screen one. Resolution 09-2024, resolution to provide a property tax rebate to Glenarden homeowners. It was introduced by Councilman Herring and Councilman Hairston, co-sponsors. There aren't any. The public hearing was held on October the 10th, 2023. Record session, October 16th, 2023. Date of introduction was October 2nd, 2023. Whereas the city of Glenarden has experienced exceptional growth over the last 20 years, and whereas the city has benefited greatly from the ARPA funds, which allowed the city to not have to use tax dollars for capital improvements, and whereas the true legacy organization in the city of Glenarden is its citizens, who for over 80 years have volunteered, supported, and sacrificed for the city of Glenarden, and whereas the largest source of income for the city of Glenarden is homeowner property taxes. And whereas there's approximately 2,200 residential homeowners, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of Glenarden, Maryland, sitting in its regular session the 16th day of January, 2024 as follows. The city of Glenarden will issue a $500 tax rebate check to its residential homeowners. And 2, these payments will be issued no later than February 29th, 2024. Is there a motion to bring?
So moved.
There's second, any discussion?
Yes, Council President, I have a couple of questions. What is the total amount that we're looking at? I don't know how many residents we have exactly. I don't know, Councilman Herring or Councilman Harrison, if you have that information.
Yes, it's really less than 2,200 residential homes. It's about I think it's like 1968, something like that, 1968, by close to, or maybe 2,100 close to. It was originally 16, then we had a 498 from Wilmore, so about 2,100.
Okay, so it's about $1.1 million.
Yes, something like that, about 1.1 million, yeah.
Okay. I'm wondering, but now that I know what the total amount is, it's kind of a lot. I'm just thinking about the conversation we had recently around the ARPA money and how there's still more available. And also considering the fact that probably every citizen, every homeowner received recently an increased property assessment. So I was wondering if it was possible to take that amount up from 500 to another amount, but 1.1 million is already a lot.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've had two motions. We're in discussion. Vice President Ferguson?
Yes, I was wondering, while we have that number of residents or households, how, will we be able to, distinguish? I mean, there are some vacancies, some homes that are here not vacant. I mean, we may have 1,900, 2,100, residents, but, how will we know who are, no longer occupying those homes?
Well, we can get a listing from Prince George's County since they invoice for us to the homes, and they'll know who paid and who hadn't paid. So I think we get the list of all of those who have paid their property taxes, because I really don't want to give a refund to somebody if they haven't paid their property taxes. We can get that from the county.
Okay.
Since they invoice us. You do the invoicing for us.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you.
And Councilwoman Jones?
Just a point of clarity, the trash contract says that we have 1,976 homes, but as Councilwoman Ferguson brought up, there are a lot of vacancies supposedly. So it may be a little less than that, but it was the trash contract came up with when they did a count a couple of years back by the code enforcement, it was 1,976 homes. Thank you.
Okay. I do honestly thank Councilman Hairston and Herring for bringing forth this legislation. I'm in agreement with anything that we can give back to our citizens, and respect this legislation. However, my concern is the timing of it. I just want to be sure we clear a few things, particularly the open session that we're in Annapolis, to make sure that there are not going to be any other requirements that are put on us with this police building that might put us in a different position. So that's my spiel on that. With that, I'm sorry, Vice President Ferguson, that's the old hand or new hand?
I'm sorry. Let me take it down.
All right, if there's no further discussion, then we'll go to a vote. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk?
Councilwoman Fareed,
Yes.
Councilwoman Guillaume,
Yes.
Councilman Hairston,
Yes.
Councilman Herring,
Yes.
Councilwoman Jones,
Abstain.
Council Vice President Ferguson,
Yes.
and Council President Curtis. Vote carries.
All right, moving right along. All right, next up is Resolution R 28-2024. I'll bring it up. 1 second.
Councilman I'm sorry, Council President.
Yes.
On this legislation, it needs to be updated to include Council Vice President as a sponsor on this.
Okay.
Council Vice President Ferguson, just so you know.
Okay. The sponsor is Derek Curtis, Council President, as well as Vice President Ferguson, Angela Ferguson. Co-sponsor at the request of the administration. The public hearing was held on January 9th, 2024. The regular session was held on January the 16th today. And the date of introduction was January the 2nd, 2024. A resolution to approve the proposal for Red Left Group Architects to renovate the council chambers, bathroom, fingerprint office, and nutrition center of the municipal center. Whereas the city council has prioritized the renovation of the lower floor of the municipal center to align with the with key city objectives, including remodeling of the council chambers and nutrition center. And whereas the administration has identified Red Left Group Architects as a suitable contractor to complete design and construction of the lower municipal floor. And whereas Red Left Group Architects has previously worked for the city of Glenarden in completing plans for the elevator project as a subcontractor, and were chosen by the city council to proceed with constructing the elevator according to resolution R-122-2012, therefore meeting requirements established in Charter Section 818. And whereas Red Left Group Architects will be tasked with designing, planning, and constructing renovations for the council chambers, nutrition center and kitchen, fingerprint office, and lower level bathrooms for a total of $24,300 to be paid in 2 lump sums. And whereas the potential additional costs include $5,000 for audio video consulting, $225 for each requested unscheduled site visit, and $180 per hour to make changes to the scope of the project and/or perform architectural tasks outside the scope of work. And whereas the funding for these renovations will come out of the Capital Projects Fund, which will utilize the award ARPA funding. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of Glenarden, Maryland, sitting in regular session the 16th day of January 2024 as follows. Number 1, that the contract between Red Left Group Architects and the City of Glenarden is hereby approved on the terms and conditions stated in Exhibit A. 2, all project fees, charges and costs will be funded by the Capital Projects Fund. And 3, the resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption. Is there a motion to bring this to the floor for a vote?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Ferguson. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any opposition? Hearing none, this resolution is adopted by unanimous consent. Councilwoman Fareed, do you want to take the next one?
Sure. Is someone gonna bring it up or do you want me?
Sure will. Next up is resolution 29-2024, which is a resolution to purchase radios from Motorola Solutions.
Okay, resolution R-29-2024. The sponsor is Derek Curtis, II, Council President, co-sponsor at the request of the administration. This was introduced on January 2nd, 2024. The public hearing was January 9th, 2024, and we are now in regular session, January 16th, 2024. A resolution to authorize the purchase of additional radios from Motorola Solutions, Inc. Whereas the administration has determined that it is in the public's best interest to authorize the Glenarden Police Department to purchase 2 handheld radios from Motorola Solutions, and whereas it is necessary to purchase 2 700-800 MHz single band APX mobile radios for the price of $4,190.55 per radio, as detailed in Exhibit A, so that the police department can continue to run optimally. And whereas Motorola radios with the same specifications can be purchased from Motorola Solutions, Inc. for the same price as obtained under a competitively bid contract with Prince George's County, meeting requirements set in Section 818C of the Charter. And now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Glenarden, sitting in regular session the 16th day of January 2024, has determined that 1, the purchase for Motorola Solutions Incorporated of 2 handheld APX 6500 portable radios for a total amount of $8,381.10 per the proposal be and is hereby approved. 2, payment for the police radio and accessories shall be made from the maintenance agreement, radio and live scan budget line 7123-50-55-10, and this resolution shall take effect immediately upon passage. 3, this shall take effect immediately upon passage.
Thank you. Is there a motion to bring this to the floor for a vote?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Any opposition? Hear none by unanimous consent. This resolution is hereby adopted. Councilman Fareed, you want to do this one too?
Sure, I can do the next two since they're both my legislation.
Yep.
Okay, R30-2024, a resolution to retrofit sidewalks in areas of the city of Glenarden where they are currently absent to improve pedestrian accessibility and safety, promote environmental sustainability, and enhance the health and well-being of residents. This was sponsored by Councilwoman Erica Fareed and co-sponsored by Councilman James Herring. It was introduced on January 2nd, 2024. The public hearing was January 9th, 2024, and we are now in regular session January 16th. Whereas many areas within the city of Glenarden have been developed without the inclusion of sidewalks, creating challenges for pedestrian movement and accessibility. Whereas the absence of sidewalks poses a safety risk for school children who walk to and from schools daily and for all pedestrians forced to share the road with vehicular traffic. Whereas the city of Glenarden recognizes the importance of promoting sustainable transportation options and reducing the carbon footprint by encouraging walking as a viable and environmentally friendly mode of transportation. Whereas regular physical activity such as walking is known to improve health and well-being, and the availability of sidewalks is crucial to supporting the health of residents. Whereas the city of Glenarden is committed to ensuring equitable infrastructure development that meets the needs of all residents, including those with mobility impairments. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Glenarden, Maryland, sitting in regular session this 16th day of January 2024, that 1, the city shall undertake comprehensive assessment to identify key areas within the city limits where the installation of sidewalks is both feasible and will have the greatest impact on pedestrian safety and mobility. 2, upon completion of the assessment, the city shall prioritize areas near schools, parks, and public transportation stops for the initial phase of sidewalk retrofitting. 3, the city shall pursue funding through local, state, and federal sources, including grants and partnerships, to support the financial costs associated with the sidewalk retrofitting project. 4, the city shall involve community stakeholders, including residents, school officials, and local businesses in the planning process to ensure that the project aligns with the needs and desires of the community. 5, the city shall ensure that all new sidewalks are constructed in accordance with the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, to ensure accessibility for all residents. 6, the city shall explore sustainable and environmentally friendly materials and construction practices for the building of the sidewalks. 7, the city shall implement a public awareness campaign to inform residents about the benefits of the new sidewalks and to encourage their use. 8, the resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption, and the city clerk is hereby directed to certify the passage and adoption of this resolution.
Thank you. Is there a motion to bring this to the floor for a vote?
So moved.
Is there a second? I take that second was Councilman Fareed. Any discussion? Any opposition? Hearing none by unanimous consent, this resolution is hereby adopted. The next up is R31-2024. Councilman Fareed, do you have this?
I do have it. It does need to be updated. Council Vice President Angela Ferguson is the co-sponsor, and it's not available on our meeting.
Yeah, Council Clerk, this it's up here, but unlike the other piece of legislation, there's not a hyperlink for me to.
There is, for some reason, I was having problems connecting, and I sent a follow-on email probably 5 minutes after that with this resolution attached.
Okay, could you just forward that to me, please? So it could be a top of my email. If you could forward it to the to my Gmail, that'll be better. One second as we pull it up. Actually. Did it go through, Madam Clerk?
I'm
Until
sorry.
then,
I
let's,
just sent it through, but that one does not have, it was updated with Councilwoman Ferguson on it, so I'll make note that, make sure it's updated. But
Okay.
I did just send it to your Gmail.
all right, I got it. Councilwoman Fareed,
Okay. R 31 2024. The sponsor is Councilwoman Erica Fareed and the co-sponsor is Council Vice President Angela Ferguson. This was introduced on January 2nd, 2024. The public hearing was January 9th, 2024, and we are in regular session today, January 16th. This is a resolution to establish an intermunicipal and county communication enhancement task force. Whereas effective communication and collaboration between local municipalities and the county government are imperative to address the growing challenges in housing and business development, and whereas there is a recognized need to streamline decision-making processes, harmonize regulatory policies, and incorporate community input in development initiatives, and whereas establishing a dedicated task force will facilitate a more structured and strategic approach to intergovernmental cooperation. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Glenarden, Maryland, sitting in regular session the 16th day of January 2024, that establishment of the task force, the Intermunicipal and County Communication Enhancement Task Force, is hereby established and will consist of key stakeholders impacted by housing and commercial developments in and around, within a 2-mile radius, the City of Glenarden. Like but not limited to representatives from neighboring municipalities, Prince George's County Council officials, urban planners, business leaders, community representatives, and other relevant stakeholders. The determination of who will be represented on the task force will lie with the City of Glenarden City Council. Objectives of the task force. The task force shall aim to A, establish a regular communication channel for continuous dialogue between municipalities and the county government. B, create a shared digital platform for information exchange, document sharing, and progress tracking on development projects. C, harmonize local and county regulatory policies affecting housing and business development. D, develop a joint strategic plan outlining shared goals, responsibilities, and milestones for housing and business initiatives. E, ensure public input is considered in all stages of decision-making through community engagement programs. F, influence and advocate for legislation at the federal, state, and local level that ensures the voice of impacted communities are considered in housing and commercial development. G, draft requirements for a community benefits agreement when such agreement is required of a development by the district council. Expected outcomes. The task force is expected to achieve A, enhance mutual understanding and trust between local municipalities and the county government. B, decrease bureaucratic delays due to improved coordination and clearer communication channels. C, a comprehensive strategic plan for housing and business development that respects local nuances while fulfilling county-wide objectives. D, increase efficiency in the use and allocation of resources for development projects. E, more robust and inclusive community involvement in the decision-making process. F, establishment of best practices for intergovernmental cooperation. Reporting and accountability. The task force shall provide regular updates and reports to the City of Glenarden City Council, other applicable municipalities, and the public, ensuring transparency and accountability in its operations. Duration of the task force. The task force shall operate for a period of 2 years, after which its continuation will be evaluated based on the achievements of its objectives. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption, and the city clerk is hereby directed to certify the passage and adoption of this resolution.
thank you. Is there a motion to bring this to the floor for a vote?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Any opposition? Hear none, by unanimous consent, this resolution is hereby adopted. Last is resolution R-32-2024.
Did you want me to read that, Council President?
No, I'll take care of it. Thank you. Uh, All right, it was the sponsors, Derek Curtis, Council President, co-sponsor at the request of administration. The public hearing was held on January 9th, 2024. The day of introduction was January 2nd, 2024, and it's been voted on in this regular session today, January 16th. A resolution to authorize an agreement with Lexipol to implement police training and procedures. Whereas the administration has determined that it is in the public interest to authorize an agreement with Lexipol to update police department policy manuals, conduct police trainings, and implement newly adopted policies. And whereas Lexipol will provide a streamlined process to ensure that the Glenarden Police Department policies are compliant with new state and federal regulations, as well as provide training for new officers and continuing education for seasoned officers. And whereas the agreement with Lexipol will be partially paid for from Legit Training Grant Program, which will cover $7,374.15 of the cost. And whereas the remaining total will be paid from conference and training line item at a cost of $7,403.15. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Glenarden, sitting in regular session the 16th day of January 24th, has determined that 1, that the agreement with Lexipol for a total amount of $14,748.30 per the proposal is hereby approved. Number 2, payment for the police training and policy updates shall be made from conference and training line 10-55-50-7650 for $7,403.15, and from the awarded training grant from $7,375.15. And number 3, this resolution shall take effect immediately upon passage. Is there a motion to bring this to the floor for a vote?
So moved.
Second.
So moved by Councilwoman Jones, seconded by Councilwoman Fareed. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilman Harry?
Yeah, and this is for the chief. I just want to get some clarification on this because I knew we had used Lexipol back in 2015 to work on our general orders. Do we have anything down there with anything that they did? I know we paid them. I forgot how much we paid them. I have to look at the contract, but I know it was in 2015. That's why when I questioned it last time, it sounded familiar because we had them come in and do something in 2015. I know whatever we had to do probably does need to be updated. But I just was wondering, are they going to build on what we have, or are they going to do something completely new?
Yeah, good evening, Councilman Herring.
Yeah.
I went back and researched what you was talking about, and I spoke with Captain Jackson. At the time, we was trying to update our general orders. So he got information from another municipalities through Lexipol to try to get us in compliance with our general orders at the time. So that's the information you remember about Lexipol being involved at the time. So basically, because of technology and laws changing at a rapid pace, especially in law enforcement, what Lexipol will do is that they keep us updated with current laws and stuff. In addition, give the officers training that we need for current training and so forth. And we'll be allowed to update our general orders specific to the city of Glenarden and municipalities in concurrence with the Prince George's County Police Department. So that's a very effective tool which is needed, and that's what I was trying to implement and try to get since I joined the city of Glenarden.
All right, thanks a lot.
Yes, sir.
I'm done. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Harry. Any other discussion? Any opposition? Hearing none by unanimous consent, this resolution is hereby adopted. Am I still sharing? No, I'm not sharing. All right. Go back to the agenda. Next on the agenda is are the reports. First up is the mayor report. Mayor Cross, you have 5 minutes for your report. Is she on?
Thank you, Council President. And yes, I am on. Hello, citizens, and thank you so much for allowing us to have a very busy December month. I will say that the mayor has been quite involved relative to the amount of programs and processes that have been changing relative to the development that's happening in and around the city. We did have an opportunity to meet with the county council member and the senator relative to the Alta Woodmore, as well as other development opportunities, and address some of the concerns relative to infrastructure and the outsourcing, if you will, of many of the current city appreciated processes at Woodmore Town Center at Glenarden, particularly, and the St. Joseph's Church. So there's been a lot of discussion about the traffic, and we do know that a lot of issues still are yet to be discovered relative to traffic measures in and around the city, particularly because of the development that has happened. But we do want to say that there is some encouragement in that the county council has heard us, as well as the senator has heard us. And so therefore, we are encouraged by all of the development. We do want to acknowledge that there was a failed report, R21-2023, which was to award a contract to the Municipal Grant Services for consulting. I just want to walk out a little bit more on, as I was, on the consulting piece. Relative to the city of Glenarden, consulting is a really big piece that we have been looking at. For me, I've been looking at is what type of consulting are we getting, and if we can get some clarity relative to, relative to the city and how we're developing. The State of City of Glenarden address was held on last Wednesday. That is available for all citizens. We do acknowledge that there were some questions that came out relative to whether or not there would be any work in the housing authority area. I will say that the housing authority report has come out. We have lost 2 commissioners. So City Council, I will be sending you some new submissions for confirming relative to the housing authority. The mayoral forum from this December essentially is for on YouTube for your reviewing. We looked at Eric Grantham is one of our autism awareness, really a proponent, if you will, for change in the state of Maryland. And Eric's law is bringing back the regulation to make an identification on licenses for those that have hidden disabilities, so that when they are involved in a traffic stop of some sort, they don't find themselves in a predicament where it could go in a sour way. So we will be supporting Eric's law, which is moving forward to save lives. And hopefully you'll get a chance to join in the discussion, as it is hopefully going to make the docket for the Annapolis legislation. Relative to the Annapolis legislation, we will be supporting legislation that's based in scholarship, as well as addressing the violence that has been happening, and the legislative priorities relative to diplomacy, as well as supporting the growth in our veteran resources. The affordability plans have all been called on, I believe, by everybody that needs one. If people are still in need of connectivity, the mayor is helping to sponsor that digital resource for those that are in need. Some total of 21 field offices was held by the executive branch during the month of December, to including Tanko Lighting, which is a follow-up with myself and the city manager, and we're looking at the energy that we are paying to our current energy lighting provider across the city as a way to actually receive monies back on street lights back into our city's budget. So we will be doing more of that. With Christmas in the city of Glenarden, we did do the Forever Grand Travelers as well, which had our 60 plus. Over 15 of us traveled to the Harriet Tubman Museum. We were able to be greeted there by the park rangers, which gave us really the run of show in almost a private tour. So we are heading for March the 14th, June the 20th, October the 17th, and December 13th for the next travel days. The first one coming up March 14th. We are waiting for your RSVPs and looking forward to going Easter shopping with our seniors. So this is a way for us to get out, get reconnected, and grow. We're also building programming for our youth. We are calling on our sports fanatics. February the 3rd, we'll be doing the Creative Youth Arts Summit and Conference, and that's going to feature entertainers as well as Harlem Globetrotters will come in and be a part of the mentoring session for our youth who are interested in making entertainment a career choice. And the deadline for that is going to be at the end of the month. Make sure everyone gets registered and we can appropriately cater and feed them. We are supporting high school students in their application for college. We're also moving hard in the direction of developing our sports here and working with the Glenarden Boys and Girls Club and Global Impact Sports, which is one of the soccer academies, and trying to build this energy, if you will, for a different type of expenditure of energy. That's really, idle hands has been one of the blessings and curses, I guess, of COVID-19. So it's getting our youth back out and running again. And we were happy to be able to support them at their annual gala, and we will continue to provide ways in which our children, our youth, young adults can actually receive mentor and resources and providing programming that they can tie into for growing tomorrow's entrepreneurial spirit, which I can see clearly is happening in and around our city. So the Hope in Action Task Force is part of the Violence Interrupter Program with the county exec. I've been serving over the last 2 years, and we will have our report prepared in February for the county executive. And we look forward to this legislative session where we will discuss more ways in which our city can improve the quality of life for our citizens as the Maryland General Assembly takes to office. So we are excited about this coming 2024. We note that we will definitely have a higher priority this year as we lead ourselves into our election year in 2025. So citizens, we are asking for your self-nomination for offices in the Board of Elections. This coming August, we must set our board to present for January 2025. And then also we are continuously looking for volunteers around the city. As you see, we've created another task force. So citizens, we look forward to serving and working with you. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Cross. Are there any questions for the mayor on her report?
Yes, Mr. President.
Sorry. Councilman Harry.
Yes, and this is for the mayor. Mayor, could you give a little bit more clarification on this BG&E light project?
So Tanko Lighting reached out to myself, and I connected them equally with the city manager. Tanko Lighting has provided a utility assessment. And what they're seeing is that there could be overspending relative to the times in which our lighting throughout the city is being recorded. So Tanko, Neil Tolley, Tolley, has helped us with looking through what we can do as a city in pursuing to actually receiving some funds back or even getting a better rate, if you will. The proposal itself will have to have, of course, its presentation before the city council. But it looks at the experience, the feasibility, the design, and the implementation of what we have as a city relative to cities of like stature. It looks at the baseline of energy that we're using, the estimated future operations, and this is important as we see a lot of development happening around us, as well as the budgetary ownership costs relative to each individual house. And it also looks at a calculation relative to a return on our investments. When we look at across our particular area, we may have an opportunity to actually receive a rebate or refund if we are able to go with this particular proposal. The analysis looks at our street system, street light system relative to the cost benefits, and also any budgetary pricings and cash flow savings overall. The addition to what this will do for us is this allows us to actually save on our initial costs about $7,500, which represents approximately 6 weeks of our current street lighting costs. Now, this was just an assessment based on our bills that we have and relative to the neighboring communities and other like cities. So this will be something that we would like for the council to look at. I thought it was a pretty good presentation. $7,500 every 6 weeks is something that we can use to put back into the budget relative to the new developments. We're talking about a police department and other things. We also need to build programming for our children. The national average and as well as the development is, we're looking at about, let's see here, I'm gonna pull my numbers. About 116 streetlights that we could possibly benefit on recouping some of the finances that we expend, particularly every 6 weeks.
Thank you.
So this proposal actually went to myself and the city manager. We can make sure this gets forwarded over to you all for your consideration. And I know that Mr. Tolley is, open to a meeting and a discussion and with the city council and with the citizens.
Thank you, Mayor Cross. Councilman
Okay,
Harry?
yeah, and I mean, I don't understand why we're going to go through this whole process, because we just had a major upgrade on all our street lights in 2019. BG&E replaced every street light in the city with low energy bulbs that we currently have right now out here, which was giving us I think a cost savings of I think it's like $2,500 per month. Light, I mean, in our light bills throughout the city. So I'm not understanding why we would go through this whole process again, especially from an independent contractor who really doesn't know what we've already done. That was a major project throughout this whole city, from Wards 1 all the way through Wards 3 in 2019. And BG&E came and they gave us assessment. They did an assessment. They did everything that you just said. They did. And they showed us the cost savings that we would have by switching over to the new energy efficient LED lights, which we currently have right now. So I really think that's something that we really need at this time. Besides, we've always worked closely with BG&E, and they usually give us a lot of this stuff for free, even assessments and everything for free. So I just was wondering when you said that, I'm just like, we just did this in like 5 years ago. So why would we want to do it again? So, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, one other question. Can I follow up, Mr. President, on that?
Yes, sir.
With the mayor, you're saying you have an event coming up with what? An arts event or something like that?
Mm-hmm. The second annual Creative Youth Arts Summit and Conference will happen February 3rd at the Glenarden Community Center from 10 to 3 o'clock. This will feature entertainment as a career choice for many of our young folks, as you know, with the technology evolution, particularly that happened during COVID. A lot of our young folks are lacking, if you will, in the mentors and the development that this program has bought over the last year. Last year, we bought True Face by Grace, international fashion designer who was actually the designer for Wakanda Forever Black Panther. This year, we will bring the Harlem Globetrotters, and we'll also bring an advisor, if you will, international advisor to the president ambassadors globally who looks at entertainment. In 2021,
One second, Mayor Cross.
I
Mayor
went
Cross,
to the
Mayor
National
Cross,
Chamber of
Mayor Cross,
Commerce, and we actually saw,
Mayor Cross,
I'm
if I
sorry,
can- if I can interject, please. Councilman Herring, was your question answered?
I was getting ready to ask the question once, I just wanted to know what the event was and who was partnering with her on that event. That's a city sponsored event?
Mayor Cross is sponsoring this event, and as you know, the mayor has no special events money, so I do pay for these events out of my own pocket because I think our children deserve it, and I have no harm doing that. And so last year we handled 434 children. We're anticipating having that number topple that number this year relative to entertainment. And so the mayor sponsors this out of the executive office, and we will pay for it out of our own pocket. As you know, the city council has afforded no budget.
Mayor Cross, Mayor
we
Cross,
pay for these events for our children.
Mayor Cross.
Mayor, again,
One second, and I'll come back to you, Councilman Herring. Thank you for your answers, but if you keep them short-winded, please, because you go off on the other things that relate to last year. If we could just answer the questions, then we can move things along. So I appreciate it. And if there's more, then by all means, have it on your mayor forum or put it in your report. Councilman Herring?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on that right quick. And so I just wanted to know, was it a city sponsored event? So it basically, you just said it was a city sponsored event through the executive office. So it is a city sponsored event, and you're saying you're paying for it out of your pocket, which you choose to do because you do have administrative event money in there. I'm not going to beat that dead horse again. But again, and you're partnering with a number of organizations, correct, for this event?
I have no money in the mayor's executive budget, and that budget is for the administration, means the city manager controls it, and it's not something that is written in for the city manager to execute on this year. So I have taken this out of hide. That's true. But we are partnering with several organizations across the DMV that have an interest in helping children grow in their entrepreneurial skills, as well as grow in financial literacy and empowerment skills. So we are definitely building the community diversity in our youth, and we're structuring our youth to succeed for the future. So yeah, the executive office does not have any administrative money relative to the city's budget, but that's no matter. Mayor Cross pays for it anyway.
Thank you, Mayor Cross.
Okay, I'm fine, Mr. President. I'm not trying to beat that horse tonight. I'm tired. All right.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Guillaume?
Thank you, Council President. I have two comments. I really had only one question, but I wanted to make a quick comment. If we are defining sponsorship as funds that are coming out of our own pockets, then if that's the case, I am also paying towards that event. I paid towards that event. I know I know the key organizer of that event, and it's not the city of Glenarden. And I paid, from my own pocket towards that event. So if we're going to say that we are sponsoring things, or it's our event because we put some money towards it, then I will say that that's my event too. And I'll gladly put Glenarden's name on it because of it. So that's one. But the question that I had is just a quick question on page 3 of the report, page 1 is the cover page, but page 3, just a quick question, which pertains to the scholarship and upcoming activities. Section letter B, where it says supporting high school students application process. So is the office of the mayor doing that? Like, what's the role in that, where it says supporting high school students application process? And there's a link. What role are we playing in that, or what role is the executive office playing in that?
Thank you, Councilwoman. So this is the journalism workshop that is put together by the Urban Journalism League. Essentially, what this aims to do is to restore our minority groups in the newsrooms across the country. So I have sent this application out to multiple high schools so that they can actually submit applications. Now, the session itself, the deadline to apply, young folks, for the 2024 session is going to be January the 31st by midnight. And the key piece and what you would require is 2 letters of reference, which I'm also supporting 2 students in this application process. And the goal is to have them selected as one of those that will be represented in this pipeline of future journalists and leaders. It is critical that we build the equity and representation in the newsroom, particularly in our minority groups. So this is what I'm sponsoring for our young folks, and anyone that is in the high school grades, 10th grade traditionally up to 12, really 11 to 12, but we take in some 10s. The time will be March the 2nd through April the 27th, and the ceremony will be in June. So this is a real opportunity, the Black Journalist Urban Journalism Workshop, for our young folks that are interested in journalism and reporting, accurate reporting of the news, to actually apply. So I am sponsoring 2 of our young folks in that.
Okay, so when you say sponsor, you're saying you're funding. So, because I'm just trying to get clarity, if this was in your report as an FYI for high school students to know, like high school students in the Glenarden community, or are you sponsoring, meaning you're funding this particular scholarship opportunity?
So this won't be funded by anyone other than, this is letters of recommendation. So we have 2 that we will be supporting with letters of recommendation, but also this is for any high schooler who has an interest in journalism. They click the link and go right and apply.
Thank you. Just thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I actually do have a question for the mayor. Mayor, I heard you talk about the police department, and as Senator Benson was on earlier, and I expressed to her that the council was deeply as disappointed in word getting to Annapolis. I'm curious, have you sent anything to the chair of the Budget Taxation Committee regarding the police station?
Has the council asked me for any reporting?
I'm sorry?
Has the council asked me for any reporting?
I don't get, no, so my question to you, because I don't see it in your report, and I know that Senator Benson was here, I'm just trying to figure out how do we move forward. Her recommendation was that, we stay united and keep things in the house. And I was wondering if you had sent anything to that office.
Oh, thank you, Council President. As you stated, there's nothing in my report. So whatever I do is obviously reported to the city council. I will say though, on this police department, as I asked the senator tonight, I am concerned whether or not we will actually have a holding cell. What does that mean? Maybe the chief can clarify that. I don't know that Senator Benson had the clarification on what does a holding cell actually mean for the city of Glenarden. Is that an incurred cost? I mean, the city already pays for public safety over 56% of the budget going into public safety. That's the police and code enforcement. What does holding cell mean? As you stated, it's not in my report, but I am curious based on her conversation about the lack of a holding cell. Does that mean we have a jail? We're not going to take prisoners to Upper Marlboro, Chief? What does that mean?
No, it's not a chief's report yet. I was just curious because I was didn't know where I wanted to be clear where Senator Benson came from. And so I guess you're saying that you did not send anything there, right?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, Council President. I report on everything that you need to know from me. And
Okay.
also I
All right.
asked
Thank you.
the Chief of Police. Can the
I was
Chief of
just-
Police answer my question? Because I am still concerned about that. Will we
Yeah.
have a jail cell in Glenarden, or what does the holding cell mean? Because I didn't get a clarity from that question earlier either.
Thank you. Another question that I had was from your State of the Union report. Just curious, is that a list? I mean, we got it late, but is that a list of things that you've accomplished, or is that just things that have happened in the city of Glenarden?
Thank you, Council President. Everything that I report on are things that I have actually accomplished. When I say that there were 21 office calls in the month of December, you guys were on holiday, you took leave, but I was still busting butt here in the city. And that was
Thank
going
you.
to
Thank you,
programs,
Mayor Cross.
leading events as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Cross. I assure you the council was still working, but I saw there was a lot of things in there that the council had done, whether it be the salary adjustment and increases for the city that the council worked with the administration tirelessly on, and just the tons of legislation that came out of the out of the legislative department and administrative department. But what I find disappointing is that, I agree with Senator Benson that we should be able to work together, and to be able to work together, we have to be able to communicate. We have to be able to let bygones be bygones. We may not agree on everything, but I'm definitely in agreement that we should not be backdooring each other and sabotaging ourselves or sabotaging what Senator Benson or other state delegates are trying to do on our behalf. And I do think that it is very important that we work together, that we do not backdoor each other, that we not sabotage each other, and that we do be transparent with the citizens of Glenarden. And as I've asked you, if you had any communication with Senator Guzon, and if you were talking to his office without the city knowing about it, you said that you don't know what we're getting at. If it was, it'll be in your report. However, this is a letter from your office with your picture on it to the office of the Senator Guzon, where you discuss several things, including where you are bashing the city of Glenarden and the elected officials and airing out dirty laundry. And I just want to be sure that as Senator Benson came today to discuss this with us, that you please cease and desist these things so that we will not ruin the opportunity for the city of Glenarden to have its own police station. I will not get into this letter full all the way, although it's I think about 2 pages long, where you talk about different things. But this is the type of thing that Senator Benson was talking about. We do not need this in the city of Glenarden. We need to work together, and it is imperative that we don't display anything to the citizens as if we're not doing anything and we actually are doing something behind each other's back. So I'll just hope that we can come together and we can cease and desist from having these letters go out to this office again. Councilwoman Vice President Ferguson.
Yes, I just wanted to speak on some of what the mayor was saying in terms of her budget. Again, she constantly says that she does not have a budget. We all are given a budget annually. I a lot of times these events, like this event that's coming up in February, again, these are not events this is not an event that was put in the budget. We normally put the events that we're gonna do in the budget, and then they're approved or not approved. If we have budgets, if we have events that come up that need funding, we will, bring it back and vote on it. And if it's agreed upon, we will do an amendment to the budget. The mayor keeps saying that she does not have a budget. A lot of her events, she does a lot of events, and there are some good events, and a lot of people benefit more so people that not live in this, more people that live outside of the city than inside, because a lot of times we find out after it's done. A lot of times I find out what's going on Facebook, because they're postings. Or if we're in a meeting like this, we don't. This February 3rd is not budgeted. Now the mayor may be paying for it. November the 8th. Mr. Carl said he paid $8,000 out of his business on January 30th. The mayor said she paid $30,000 of her children's college fund. I don't know whether it's 8,000, 30,000, or 38,000. But my thing is, I do sign checks. So in the event that the mayor would be putting in reimbursement for anything, I would sign the check, because she cannot sign her check for her own reimbursement. I have not did any reimbursement for her for a while. Again, for clarity, the reason why the mayor's budget is done reflecting executive office is because she does not want to be accountable to what she's doing. A lot of times she partners with people, and because she partners, she's saying that it's a Glenarden event. It's not a Glenarden event. She uses her name, and she uses her city seal. Now, if she's paying for this, then maybe she should just put Mrs. Kashina A. Cross, because and eliminate using the seal. Because I haven't seen no reimbursements. I have not seen a budget. I have not seen accountability of how much this various events cost. The events that she did have, it was transferred over to, her funds were transferred over to the administrative budget, but she has access to it. And the only reason why, again, was because of accountability, so that we would know exactly how much she spent. If she did Pole Express, then we know how much money is taken out for cake, food, or whatever, because she does not be accountable. So, but the money is there. I need you to understand, because a lot of times she say constantly that she does not have a budget. In her January 10th speech, or whatever you want to call it, State of the Union address to the city, she again keeps saying that she doesn't have a budget. She said it again. She has a budget. It's just being monitored. But if she she has a budget for $12,000 to spend on an event that was in the budget, she can get that $12,000. But because it's not in her budget, she wants to say she doesn't have one. She has a budget. And so that's what I want to say. And again, I want to know, she says that she will pay for these things. So, we're getting beat up. The council's getting beat up, saying that we taking her money and taking things like that. I did see a letter also to the Forever Grand Travelers that was sponsored by the mayor. Again, that's a really good activity. Well, one of the things that in that letter that she sent to the travelers, she did remind them to bring their money for snacks and food. But she said she would pay for the transportation. She said, I will pay for the transportation on the trip to see the Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad Visitor Center. So she volunteers to do that. That is not it's, the citizens are participating, but again, if that was put in the budget, then it would be budgeted. So I just do not like, because I'm a council member, and I don't like, people calling me, asking me, how come we take her budget away, or we don't let her do anything? And that's not true. A lot of times we don't know what happens until she tells us. A lot of times I find out what she's participating in because it's on her Facebook page, or she might put it on the have it put on the website. So I just want to make clarity on that, and I'm done.
I'm sorry, Vice President Ferguson, did you have a question for the mayor, or were you just making a statement?
You mean to tell me I was doing all that talking and I was muted?
No, we heard you.
No, I said I'm
didn't-
done. I said I wanted to bring
Okay.
clarity. I have no questions for the mayor.
Okay.
Not one. Not at this time.
Okay, well, thank you, Vice
I'm
President
speaking
Ferguson.
on statements that she made and some of the things that are in her that she has reported. And so I wanted to bring clarity on
Okay. Yeah.
on her budget.
Thank you, Vice President Ferguson. As we have just seen, that, we just asked the mayor one question, she said no, and then we proved that she was not being truthful. And I'm hopeful, as with everyone should be able to have a road to redemption. I'm hopeful that the mayor will start being truthful with the council and the citizens of Glenarden and stop spreading falsehoods. I'm still praying and hoping. With that, we'll move on. Are there any other questions from the council? If not, we'll move on to the city manager's report. City Manager Habita.
Mr. Chair, you have several hands up. You may not.
Yeah, well, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Parliamentarian. To Ms. Lita and to Cross Entertainment, I thank you for your hands. You will have an opportunity to speak. We're almost at the end of the reports, and after the end of the reports, then I will call on you. So if you want to keep your hands there, you can keep it there. And I have not forgotten about you. I'm not overlooking you. Once we're done with all the reports, then I'll open it up to citizens' comments. Okay? With that, Ms. Habita.
Good evening. I'll keep my report brief, allow time for questions. The report that you've got in front of you itemizes a number of things that were done this month. Handled, let's see, one of the frequent things that happens is the calls that come in asking for intervention on trash collection. That's frequently things that we get called for and agree to intervene in discussions with the trash company. The other items that I wanted to highlight was the code enforcement manager has been on board for now about 8 weeks and has started doing some code enforcement relative to some overgrown situations that have been long-standing on Glenarden Parkway. And we have responded to possible code violation with a curb cut on Glenarden Parkway with a new construction, which resulted in our putting up Public Works arranged for Public Works to put up barricades in front of it so that there is not another attempt by WSSC or the building contractor to violate the code by not coming to the council for a curb cut. There's some events that were listed in my report, as well as meetings. I want to highlight 2 things in the meetings. We are undergoing a 6-month planning review for the next 6 months from January through June. That will be a part of the mid-year reviews in terms of the things that the staff leadership has committed to work on for the 6-month period from January to June. Let's see what else. The grants that have been submitted include, of course, the CDBG block grant for new construction of sidewalks on Church Street. It involves the relocation of 2 telephone poles as well as the sidewalks. a grant that was submitted for the police department for police officer training was signed off on in December. State aid for police protection was signed off on to calculate the amount of state grant we will be getting on an annual basis in the next year. Community garden application was submitted. The bond bill, initial sheet of information was submitted to Senator Benson's office to be filed by her office, which was filed. And it happens to be the first item that was announced at the opening session of the state Senate this past week. The upcoming items for January, February include the completion of mid-year reviews of all the folks who report to me, and submission to council of standard operating procedures for insurance claims that we've discovered needed to be institutionalized, a structure set up so that it will live on past all of us once we're no longer in the positions that we hold, that there will be some SOP that will stand the test of time to govern how we submit information on new vehicles and how we address insurance claims that may come in as a result of accidents. Does anyone have any questions? I'd be glad to answer questions on the report.
Questions from the council?
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilman Harry?
Yeah, I have a question. I would like to know what happened with this week's snow situation. I've been on this council for 20 years and I've never not gotten a report or a status report on what was going to be done for inclement weather coming in to the city of Glenarden, coming into the city or coming into the region. I got up Monday morning about 7, hit the road. Everything was iced over in Glenarden. There was no saw trucks out. There was no snow plows out. There was no nothing out. I mean, it was treacherous out there. Came back in, got back into the city, still nothing. All day long, and it had already reported that snow was going to come in. I mean, that's earlier snow was a little surprise, but then knowing that the snow had come in and it started doing some snowing, and these roads were getting slick. I thought that at least we would have had a contractor out there or somebody out there to put at least a base coat of salt down so that, you know, we won't have the icing problem that we had that morning. And as I think finally the roads kind of cleared about 9:30 or so, that's when people riding on it. But then the snow started again all the way into Tuesday. I mean, I'm on Monday, well into, you know, Tuesday, and still nothing. So I get up this morning again, 3 o'clock in the morning, I see a truck come down and make one plow down the street and it was gone. So I'm just, and my thing is that there was no communication whatsoever to the council. And I don't know if the mayor got any communication or not about what was being done, how it was being handled, how it was going to be handled. We have a snow contract. We spent thousands of dollars on a truck with a plow. That was sitting over in the parking lot when I rode by all day on on Monday. But is it because it was a holiday or what? Because again, public works and police are essential employees. So I'm expecting the public works to be out there on a holiday where it's snowing, or somebody to be out there and contacting our vendor. They don't want to go out there. Then we had a vendor that we had contracted with that could have came out and dropped some salt, at least dropped some salt. And then, you know, yesterday again, I mean, today, you know, it was just a sheet of ice. It was just a sheet of ice on the street, and it still is a sheet of ice on it now, which is dangerous. So like I said, I rode from one ward all the way to Wegmans because I was going over to Wegmans, and I saw, you know, somebody hit a street light over there. It looked like somebody slid and hit a street light over there. It was down in the middle of, down on the ground. And I just don't understand, since like I said, again, since I've been on this council, where there was no communication whatsoever on what procedures were being taken to address the inclement weather. But yeah, we'll get an email real quick if the wind blows saying that staff is going home. You know, I have a problem with that because again, I'm looking at the safety of my citizens, especially in Ward 1 where it's nothing but hills. People had to park at the bottom of Grant because they couldn't make it up the hill because the streets were completely iced over. And, you know, that's a dangerous situation. And we got seniors over here. We had to get emergency vehicles in here. Then they couldn't get in because the streets are iced over. The bus cannot, and when the streets are iced over in Glenarden, they do not come down Hayes Street into Glenarden for people to catch the bus. People had to walk up to 704 to catch the bus. So I'm not understanding what went on and what happened. And I'm really disappointed that it did go down like it did, because again, no communication was given one way or the other. I guess everybody was home, snug in their room, snug in their homes, nice and warm and cozy, while, you know, people are here trying to figure out how we're going to maneuver and get out of our community in these iced up roads. So I'm just want to know what happened and why weren't we notified? Why weren't we informed of what was going on? Why was there no emergency plan that was given to us to let us know how the streets were going to be plowed? When were they going to be plowed? Why the vendor was not contracted to drop a layer of salt at least on Monday when you knew it was going to continue snowing well into Tuesday? So I'm just asking what happened?
Okay, I can say that the snow plan was included in the last newsletter that went out to everyone in terms of what was going to be the process. And I was in communication with Mr. Simpson during the snow incident. And if the complaint is that we did not communicate with council during the snow incident, then yes, then we accept that concern, that perhaps that was an oversight that should have been addressed at the very beginning. In terms of the staff who was out, everybody was out on the trucks. And we had also the contractor, and of course, Charles Simpson can address this when he gives his, the communication that I received was one phone call from the mayor, who had a concern about folks calling her about service between 4th and 1st and 4th Streets. And I was in touch with Charles and Simpson, and he indicated that the contractor who was working there in that area was starting from 11th Street and coming towards 1st Street and was at 7th Street, as I recall the conversation I had with Mr. Simpson. So they did have a plan, and they did check in with me, and I accept the criticism of not getting back to council with an outline of what was going to happen at the first snow of the year. And we'll certainly learn from that and take that into consideration, because I think we're going to be having snow again on Friday. So we will certainly make sure that there is a report to the council on a pre-plan of what it will be done. I do know that we did get some compliments from a gentleman on 9th Street for the work that was done on his street, and some compliments that came in by phone.
Okay, Mr. President, may I continue?
Yes.
Let me just say this. I live in Glenarden. There were no contractors out there on these streets. I don't care what nobody say. Those streets would not have been iced over like they were. I don't know why they would tell you that. I was off all day Monday. I was off all day Tuesday. And the only truck I saw come through this neighborhood was the city's new plow that they had out. And there was not a lick of salt put down on these streets. So I don't know where they were working or if they were working. And I rode through the city, I saw nobody. I was out there at 7 o'clock that morning. I went out there at 9:30 when the streets got a little clear. I went back out there at 12:30. I didn't see nobody on Monday. Not one blessed soul out there on Monday. And if they were out there, they must have been sitting somewhere looking at TV because they weren't on these streets plowing. I know that much. I can tell you that for a fact. Because I'm one council member that will ride out there in the snow to see what's going on. So I'm not sure why they told you that or who told you that or what, but I know they didn't roll through this side, this Ward 1, I know for a fact till 3 in the morning on Tuesday. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Herring. And yeah, thank you, Ms. Habita.
Sure.
Did you have anything, or you want me to move on?
Go ahead and move on. Maybe it would make sense for Mr. Simpson to detail what work was done.
Okay. And Councilman Jones, did you have a question for?
Yes, it's not a question, but a statement. I'm sorry, I have to beg to differ because I was out in the streets on foot and driving. Monday morning at 11 o'clock, I had a Pilates class in Woodmore. The only thing I saw that brought the pause to me was the bridge at 5th Street, between 5th Street and 7th Street. And I immediately called Mr. Simpson and told him that I think that we might need to put a little salt on that because I'm not sure if it was, I mean, I could drive over it. All of us were driving over it. There were people behind me that were driving over it. But I thought it may have needed some salt because I wasn't sure if it was ice or if it was just rain or water, you know, the way it looked. And I know that bridges always freeze over first. So just as a precaution, I gave Mr. Simpson a call. He said that he was in the city and that they were getting their stuff together and that he would address it before the afternoon was out. Now, later on in this, after I came from my Pilates class, I went to do some grocery shopping for some citizens and my mother. So I was in Ward 1. I just didn't encounter any iced over streets at all until today, after the snowfall that we've had and the wind started blowing and the thing started snowing. Now I do have a picture of Mr. Hilagagros is our contractor for salt. They came down my street. So I'm not sure if they came down my street, I'm sure that they would have in the contract for them to go through all of the streets in the city of Glenarden. I just didn't, from Monday until, like I said, the iced over streets I didn't see until today when the wind started blowing. In fact, part of my driveway I had to take a shovel and beat the ice because it had iced over. But Monday it wasn't iced over. It didn't ice over until this afternoon when the wind started blowing really bad. So I'm not seeing, I mean, I understand that there was a snow event, but I just didn't see streets iced over in the city of Glenarden. I was out there on foot and driving. Thank you.
All right.
President, man. Yes,
sure.
On that right quick.
Yeah, okay.
Let me just say this. Just because it was no ice on her street, because she had a magical street, but I'm over here in Ward 1 and all the streets were iced over. So her magical street over there where maybe everybody needed to move there because I knew the defense was going to come in, on this again. And as I said before earlier, if you had listened to my whole conversation, by 9:30, the sun had come out and melted a lot of the ice that was on the streets. So when you went to your Pilates classes, of course the ice was already gone because people had already rode it down and it melted away. And so on your magic street where there was no ice, over here in Ward 1, everybody else had ice. And I'm sitting here looking at cars down at the bottom of Grant who can't make it up the hill. So I'm glad you had a magic street. But over here in Ward 1, we don't have any of those over here. So thank you for your comment, Ms. Jones.
Well, okay. Thank you, Councilman Herring. And I'll end it. We all have different perspectives. And it's very plausible that Ward 1 wasn't, addressed in a timely fashion as Ms. Herring stated. And it's very plausible that, Mrs. Jones' street was magical. But I will say though that I did have citizens call me thanking Public Works for a job well done. I don't know what ward they were from. I haven't think about it, but all things can be true. And it's our first winter storm in quite some time, and I'm confident that with the great workers we have on board, great leaders in Habita, and don't know why I can't know the Public Works Department head right now, but Charles, thank you. That under their leadership that we will get it right. So with that, we'll move on to, sorry. Who's up next? Next is the Chief's report. Chief, if you can give a brief report, that'll be great.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, I have the 2023 stats for the end of the year. Pretty much in the whole DMV area and across the nation, we experienced a rise in crime, and we're not exempt from it. So I'll give you a short overview of what we have and what measures we have in place to improve, to bring the crime back down. So for robberies, we went up by 2. We went from 3 to 5. For assaults, we went from 5 to 9. The only category we saw a decrease in this year was the breaking and entering. We went from 3 to 2. Theft went up from 47 to 66. And vehicle theft went up from 28 to 32. With that being said, what we're doing as a police department, as an agency, a lot of the municipalities, and the chief of Prince George's County, we having a lot regular meetings, doing a lot more information sharing. And what we found out with the information sharing and having the meetings, we're able to identify major players who are committing most of these crimes and so forth. With respect to the city of Glenarden, our theft, which are called larcenies, we put measures in place, especially at Woodmore Town Center, because we had targeted stores. For example, the Bath and Body Works. That store was hit umpteen times, where females who were coming in, pretty much loading up bags with candles and so forth, and jumping in vehicles. And so one of the measures we put in place for that was we gave the managers, our supervisors, direct cell phone numbers. So when they enter the store, they call the supervisor directly, and the supervisor will call the dispatch. That way we cut back on the time of the call, and we're able to make several arrests. In those arrests, we found out that these females who identified hitting these stores were wanted in Virginia on warrants. Another group was wanted in Maryland. And in all cases, the vehicles were stolen that they were driving. So that's one of the things we're doing to hopefully cut back on the larceny, which has been an effective tool for us. Another thing we're looking at too is at first, we had some targeted vehicles, which were the Kias and Hondas, all across the DMV area that was being stolen because of the easy access to getting them started and removing them from front of people's homes in a matter of seconds. We decided to just make sure we get information out, to go back to old school policing and just telling people to put the club on the steering wheel. The club is a very effective tool on all vehicles. Even with technologies, you got these bad guys out here, they're updating their technology and so forth, just like everything else. They find new and innovative ways to steal vehicles and do stuff like that. So we're gonna try to get this information out pretty much to most of our citizens, to make sure that we just go back to the old school, putting the club on your steering wheel if you feel your car's at jeopardy. Because at first they were targeting Kias and Hondas, but we had a couple incidents since then where they were targeting other types of vehicles and so forth. So another thing we're doing is that we're doing a lot of proactive patrol enforcement, traffic enforcement, in which, especially in Glenarden Parkway and off of MLK and Bright Sea Road, we made several stops for traffic violations, and come to find out, we discovered vehicles with passengers with guns, machetes, and all types of illegal weapons, to include illegal drugs and so forth. So that's been very effective for us. And once we get up and running with red speed with these cameras and so forth, we'll be able to record some of these incidents some of these vehicles and get additional information that we can share with other municipalities in the county. So that's all I have for the police department at this time.
Thank you, Chief Bryant. Any questions for Chief? Thank you.
Yes, Mr.
Councilman Herring?
Yes, Chief, can I ask a question? I've seen on
Yep.
the marquee that the fingerprint hours are what, 10 to 4?
Yes, sir. Reference to the last meeting we had about 10 to 1, like I said, I totally agree with you. Agree that we need to extend the hours. So extended it from 10 to 4. I know you mentioned 9 to 5, but we have our people that do fingerprinting and others, we just have 2 people that works in admin for me in my administrative, and they have other duties and responsibilities. So we extended the hours from 10 to 4. We got on the marquee, we put it in the newsletter on the website, and so that's where we are at this particular time.
Okay, because again, like I said, the hours are set by code, not by me, 9 to 5. Another question, because I mean, honestly, this is where I look at it as an accountant looking at everything. Right now, I'm looking at the budget and I'm looking at fingerprint. Fingerprinting is budgeted for $30,000 to bring in $37,000. That does not even cover the salary of the persons or the people doing fingerprinting. So there's a problem here. When you have a revenue generating function, it's not even covering the cost of the person that's doing the work to generate the revenue. So I'm looking at, we got a person in it, I don't know what the salary is. Let's say it's 50,000. We budgeted 30,000 and we've only got I'm getting fingerprinting as of November, $9,300. So the position is not even, the revenue that we're bringing in from live scan is not even paying for itself. So I'm not understanding why we even doing it, because we're already in the hole. We're giving out more money than we are bringing in.
Well,
and that's why I'm
yeah.
they had to read it.
And that depends on the citizen too. I mean, people gonna come in when they feel it's necessary to be fingerprinted and stuff. We can be open from 9 to 5 or from 9 in the morning till 5 or whatever time. The hour between 10 to 1 or whatever. It all depends on the people that's coming in to be fingerprinted. Sometimes you have laws that go into effect, like when the first went into effect, for them changing the laws for people being able to carry. I mean, we had people coming in from 10 and they stayed until 1, and it's past 1, it went up to, once they're there, we fingerprint them to get it done. But right now, because most people in the area have their carry permit, we haven't been having too many people up there come and get fingerprint for stuff like that. So it's a work in progress. And these people in these positions at different for Capitol Heights, and I think there's one other place that does fingerprinting. The person that does that, that's their sole job. With our small municipality and what we do for the city of Glenarden, we have multiple jobs for our administrative assistants and our fingerprint person and all that type of stuff. So, like I said, I'm trying to make it better, and we're working at it, but it's a work in progress. And if we had a person that designated, that was hired just to do that only, it'd be more effective. But even at the end of the day, it all depends on the people that's coming in to get fingerprinted. Sometimes we have one person coming for the whole day. Sometimes we have 10. Sometimes we have 12. It all depends. Whoever comes in, we make sure that they get fingerprinted. So that's what we stand with that. Yes, sir.
I guess my thing is that, again, is that the fingerprint isn't paying for itself. And I think we as a council really look at that, because again, the expense that it costs to do fingerprinting, we're basically giving away $30,000 or $20,000. Because we don't get all of what they're paying fingerprinting, we don't get all of that, correct? Because I know when we originally had live scan, I don't know what it is like now, but I know when we originally got it, they got a piece of it and we got a piece of it, almost like the speed ticket.
Right.
That's what we did. That's the way it's still going now?
Yes, sir. The state gets a part of it, and we get a part of it. I don't know the exact breakdown, but you are correct in reference to that. And like I said, I changed the hours and put it out there. We're trying to improve it, but we still have challenges, and we still have other commitments that we got to take care of too. So if that's something the council want to look at, I mean, you're more than welcome to look at it, but I'm trying to be transparent and try to do what I can on my end and still run the operation with the police department. So we can talk about it further, and you can come up and we can meet up and look at it, and we can let the council know what we come up with. Okay?
All right.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate
Okay.
it.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Thanks. So, and for the second time, I'm just going to switch up things. I just open the floor for council for questions on the last three reports: Public Works, Code Enforcement, and Treasurer's Financial Report. We all have those reports, so we can read them. So I don't think there's a need for them to present it to take up additional time. So for the second time, just opening it for the final three to council members so that we can move on and give enough time to citizens' comments. The floor is open for the last three: Public Works Report, Code Enforcement Report, and Treasury Report. Are there any questions from council related on those reports?
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilman Herring.
Yeah, just for the treasury report, so I can get clarification on this fingerprinting thing. So for the treasurer, for fingerprinting is in this revenue number of $30,000 is budgeted. Is that budgeted? Is that money budgeted on both parts of fingerprinting, or is that just budgeted on the part that we get?
Mr. Stewart, are you online? I see Mr. Stewart.
Well, whenever he decides to come into the next meeting, or whenever somebody see him, they can ask him a question.
Okay.
All right, thanks for that. I'm done.
Thank you.
Oh, well, no, maybe Mr. Simpson can speak on the snowplow since we're under Public Works too.
Mr. Simpson?
Yes.
Mr. Simpson.
Hi, good evening. Yes, so we did apologize for not providing a report beforehand. As City Manager did mention, we were in communication. We came out on Monday at 11 o'clock. The focus was around City Hall and as well as the Veterans Memorial. The contractor was contacted at about 3 p.m. on Monday, and they salted. We made sure they received the salt that they needed, and they began salting at about anywhere between 4 to 5 p.m. is when we communicated, and they worked from 5 p.m. on Monday till 1 p.m. today. They received about 5 tons of salt. Monday afternoon or evening, we did salt up the trucks. The weather report was forecasting that snow will be picking up. We did do some pre-treatment around City Hall and the parking lots, and Hilario, the contractor, was instructed to begin salting then as well. And then Tuesday morning at 3 a.m. is when we reported in to get a jump on all the streets. We had the plow on our new F-550 truck, and we had about 2 tons. So we went through about 7 tons of salt altogether on that particular day. The focus was on the main arteries and then branching out into the other streets. Again, being the first season, I'm still learning some of the focus points, but I definitely appreciate the feedback, Mr. Herring.
Okay, all right, thanks. I'm just telling you, I don't know, you may want to check that salt. You may want to check that salt count and see where that salt was actually dropped, because we've had vendors that came in before and did that.
Yes, sir.
So they spread salt and they didn't spread it, but yet we're being billed for it.
Yes, sir.
So
I
didn't see no salt spreading at all over here in my ward. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Now, if there are no other comments from council members, we move on to the next item on our agenda, which is citizens' comments. Citizens, if you would like to speak, please raise your virtual hand. If you do not know how to raise your virtual hand, please, you can open your mic and I will acknowledge you. Or if you're behind a certain person, I'll let you know that you're next in queue. You have 5 minutes to ask your questions. I encourage you that if you have questions, use your 5 minutes to ask all your questions, and then you can get responses as opposed to asking a question, waiting for a response, and asking another question, waiting for a response, because that is included in your 5 minutes. So with that, if you could please state your name when I call on you, and then you will have 5 minutes to speak. With that, Ms. Hunter, you are first.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Alita Hunter. I wanted to comment. I don't know if I have any questions, but let me just go back to the event that is happening on February the 3rd, which is called the Youth Arts Summit and Entertainment Conference. This conference, the organizer is Grind Hard, Dream Big, and he's the organizer of the event. And there will be workshops, panel discussions, and live performances. It's about the youth and empowering them through positive words and actions. This event, the center of this event is a panel discussion that is happening at 11 a.m. The event is running from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. At 11 a.m., there will be a panel discussion, and that is the main attraction. The reason we're having this panel event is so that we can talk to the youth. This is going to be for our youth, by our youth. This is what this is. So this is not just some entertainment conference that is happening. The main point of this conference is the panel discussion to find out what is going on with our youth, to find out what they need from us as a community, as parents, as educators, what is bothering them, what has transpired since COVID to now. We're talking about mental health. We're talking about all those things. It's about our youth. So I don't know, like, okay, the Globetrotters, she said a comment or whatever. Okay, that's fine and dandy. But I do know for a fact that I am donating to this event as well. So it's not my event. Okay, but as you know, I'm very passionate about the youth in our community. So when I heard about this, I'm all in. And this is bigger than entertainment and, the live performances. All of that is at the tail end of this conference. We are all hands in, sleeves rolled up. We want to hear from our youth. This is not a picture show. This is not an op to say, oh, I'm here, I'm this, take a picture with me. No, we are boots on the ground to help our youth. And I don't want this conference to be misrepresented. It's not a Glenarden conference. It is not a Glenarden sponsored event. Shabak is on the flyer. PNC is on the flyer. Those are both two that the mayor of Glenarden had asked to be on the flyer. So I don't know what Shabak is contributing to this event, what PNC Bank is contributing, what the Globetrotters are contributing. But I do know that Grind Hard, Dream Big, they are setting up and securing donations for food, drinks, for all of the children that may show up. So I'm donating, other people are donating. So I'm just a little confused by that part of it. And I think I might be at 5 minutes now. I don't know, but I really
You have 2 minutes.
Oh, good. I just need Glenarden. I just need more transparency. I don't like what I heard tonight. I don't like it. We are one community, and all it takes, it doesn't take much for us to look bad by one or two people going outside of Glenarden, misrepresenting what's happening in our city. We are one. We have always been one. We're like a Andy Griffith town. This is how we have been. This confusion, this disconnect, this backbiting, and this me. It's me. No, it's not you. We are all one big community, and we have got to get to the ground and help our youth. This is about our youth. We are trying to help our youth. So people stop saying it's me doing stuff, because I know people are donating for this conference. And this is not a Glenarden sponsored event. And there are people pulling to help out. So let's stop misrepresenting events and people, and give credit for the people that's out here doing this work on the ground, passing out these flyers that say, hey, I want to help the youth. Put it there, say their name, say the organization. Egos, we don't have time for egos. No, we're one, and we're great when we serve together. Unity, remember? Unity. That's all I have to say, and I want to thank all of y'all for everything that you do for this great city. But that's what, greater is available, and we're going to get there this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hunter, and thank you for that clarity and for that moment of transparency and truth on what the event is about. Cross Entertainment, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, this is Cross Entertainment. This is Mario Cross, City of Glenarden, Ward 3. I just want to get some clarification on things. Cross Entertainment, anything that we do is a volunteer basis. So anything that's voluntary is not the city's business. It's not reported to the city. It has no monetary value. It's what Cross Entertainment donates as not a donation, but a volunteer of service and a volunteer of time. So it is not a monetary value of what's being pushed forward. My other statement is I would like to know from the chief of police, do we have a police station inside, a holding cell inside of the new police
I'm
station?
sorry,
Because
Mr. Cross, Mr. Cross,
I have multiple questions to ask. I'm still going.
No. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to interrupt you. We can't hear you. You're coming across mumbled, so we can't understand you. So I'm not stopping you. I'm just wanting you to know that we can't understand you.
I'm doing the production at this time. So does the chief of police have a police station inside of the new police station for holding service? And also my third would be, I want to hear from
We
Mayor
can't
Cross.
hear. We can't hear.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cross.
Can you hear me now?
cannot hear you. Yes,
Can you
that's
hear me
way
now?
better. Way better.
Yes,
Thank you.
is volunteer services. So the reporting of financial money wise to the
We can't hear anything again, sir.
last year, the event that was conducted last year for Polar Express, and the statement of Cross Videology sending a quote. Cross Videology sent a estimate back to the city, and Cross Videology did not have any communications with the mayor on anything that was going on with the Polar Express. That was all with Cross Videology, and the coordination was with, and the communication was with Ms. Bond of the Golden Coordination. Any communications on all that was all a estimate that was put together, and that's to give you a estimate value of how much it costs for a rough value of the event. That was not Cross Videology sending a proposal. Cross Videology did not send a proposal. A proposal will be a rundown of every cost that's involved inside the event. So all the statements that was stated 2 weeks ago about Cross Entertainment being involved with that was me supporting with giving an estimate of the things that they can possibly do to use to get the event up and running off the ground. And my third thing, I would like for Mayor Cross to be able to speak on her events and her budget and how her budget has been moved and why she doesn't have a budget right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yes, Councilwoman Fareed.
Yes, I have just a point of clarification regarding whether or not the city can accept volunteer services from a private entity. We cannot. That is against the law. And meaning that we need to know the value of it and we need to report on that because it is a donation in kind.
No, it's a volunteer.
That is also the guidance from the U.S. Government Accountability Office that
volunteer service.
That the value of those services need to be captured by the city. And the reason why is so that no private entity at a later time can come back and claim that there were services provided that were not paid for. That is the reason why we need to have.
Volunteer service have.
Thank you.
That's the reason why we need to have proper documentation of any services that we receive, even if they're donations. Donations of goods, donations of money, or donations of time.
Thank you, Councilman Fareed. And Mr. Cross, you surrendered the rest of your time, so please do not interrupt the peace of the meeting. You have 5 minutes. You surrendered your 5 minutes once you said you were done. And to the other point, we would be inclined to believe you, except for we all saw the evidence of the proposal, which was monetary in value, that was sent. And the email from the mayor to ask the administration to send you a quote or a request a quote. So had we not already seen that from the mayor's email, we might have believed it. Are there any other citizens' comments?
I have a point of clarity. Didn't Mr. Cross? Didn't Mr.
No,
Cross?
ma'am. Well, Mayor Cross, this is for the citizens portion of the comments. I saw Ms. Armstrong's. If she does not have a question, then we can move on.
I have a question. I'll just make it quick.
Okay.
How many more speed cameras are you looking at? Yes, I heard y'all mention something about speed cameras in Glenarden. I was just curious as to how many more you're thinking about. I'm not a fan of speed cameras, and as soon as I come out of where I live and get on 202, there's 2. Then when I go down Bright Sea Road, there's 1. So I'm just curious as to where else do y'all intend to put these speed cameras?
Yes, ma'am. Chief Bryant. We plan on putting the speed cameras on 704, on MLK, which is a state highway. We plan on putting 2 there, 1 in each direction. And the one we have on Bright Seat Road, we're going to replace that one. And the one on Glenarden Parkway, we're going to replace that one. In addition to that, we're going to have these other type of cameras that the officers can utilize at different locations to run radar and issue tickets. So basically, we'll be replacing the 2 that we have, and we'll be adding the 2 on the major artery, which is a state highway on 704 Glenarden Parkway. And the 2 you mentioned on
well, see, I'm in Ward 1, and it just seems like the cameras are affecting me on Ward 1. And so I don't see any cameras going on the other side. And I just have a problem with speed cameras because I find that there's so many in predominantly Black neighborhoods. And when I go to Severn, Maryland, Anne Arundel County, Glen Burnie, I don't experience but 1 or 2 cameras out the whole county. So I was just curious because every time I leave out of here to go to Woodmore or go anywhere, most of my traveling is on 202 with those two speed cameras, although I know it's not Glenarden. And then the Bright Sea Road, I generally have to go down Bright Sea Road to come home. But it just seems like every speed camera that's in Glenarden seem to be over closer to Ward 1.
Well,
but that's just my feeling.
Well, thank you, Ms. Armstrong. And as we stated before any cameras go up, we'll discuss, and I believe the citizens will be made aware of it, and we'll make it as equitable as we can. But the intent is for the safety of our citizens. And so we'll likely go with the areas that are more frequently sped through. but that hasn't been determined yet.
Council President, if I could also just comment on the fact that there is a significant speeding problem in Ward 3, particularly in the Woodmore Town Center area. But I just want to remind citizens that those streets are not yet turned over to the city of Glenarden. So we do not have jurisdiction over those streets yet to be able to put speed cameras. But that would be, you know, something for us to look at once those streets have been turned over to the city. I would imagine that there would be an equal distribution of speed cameras throughout the city.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Jones.
I also saw that lamppost down across the street from your house in Woodmore. So that wouldn't the homeowners association be responsible for getting somebody to address that? Not the city of Glenarden. And well, okay, the streets haven't been turned over to you all, but still, the lamppost and the trees and all those things in the islands are the responsibility of the homeowners. And I'm sure Mr. Aurora Montgomery has probably taken care of it, but and because of the weather and because I don't know when it happened, but when I saw it on Sunday evening when I was walking over there, that's when it was down. So I'm not sure how long it's been down, but I'm just for clarity's sake. Anytime you see an issue in Woodmore or in the homeowners associations, they're responsible for getting those issues addressed. Unless it's a street post that belongs to BG&E, then they would call BG&E.
So, Council President, I'll just respond to that as the rep for Ward 3. That's actually not correct. We learned that when there was that tree that was downed with the carjacking several months ago. And the city did come in to do something about it. The HOA was actually advised not to for legal reasons. And so that is the case. That is why it is so complex and urgent that we get these streets turned over and get that addressed, because right now it really is everybody pointing the fingers at who it should be. I'm of the mindset that if the city can do something about it, let us go ahead and do something about it, because at the end of the day, Glenarden Parkway will be a city street, and it is something that we will need to be managing. So it's in our best interest to make sure that anything that's happening now gets addressed properly, so that when those streets are turned over to us, we are aware of all issues and can, you know, make sure that there's nothing that we're unaware of in terms of, you know, I have no idea why that light pole went down. I don't know if it has to do with how it was installed or whatnot, but that's something now that we have on our radar to address with the company that put them there, to make sure that, you know, we don't have this issue going forward.
Okay, so I just didn't want to overstep my bounds by putting a ticket in for BG&E if someone had already put a ticket in for that, because it's a street light, so that's normally where I would go first to put a ticket in at BG&E, and if the light number comes up on the computer screen, you can just hit the button and then they'll see it, and eventually, well, with that one, because it's down, and I don't think the wire is out because it's still running through the pole, that it's a safety issue, but I'm sure that's what we could do. Just go ahead and stick a ticket in for BG&E, but I just didn't want to overstep if it was the homeowners association, if they were aware of it and were working on it, or if they're aware of it and they needed to do something about it.
Okay.
So.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Are there any other citizens' comments before we adjourn?
Council President Curtis, if I may, I can't seem to raise my hand.
That's fine. Mr. Arroyo Montgomery.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Good evening, council members. Good evening, citizens. In reference to the down light pole, the light pole went down, I believe it was Thursday of last week. I saw it myself and immediately reported it to PEPCO. Because it is a PEPCO street light, and PEPCO will be responsible for addressing that light. So just saying that it has been reported, so it's basically in the hands of PEPCO at this point. The light is not an HOA issue.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Are there any other citizens' comments?
There were questions from Mr. Cross to Mayor Cross. Are there going to be opportunities for me to respond?
There was not a question to you. There was, however, a question which we could not hear
Yes, that was a direct
to
question
the
to Mayor Cross.
police. Mr. Cross, you made a question to the police that we could not hear. Could you repeat that question so that we can answer it? I see that you posted something in the chat. I know you asked to hear from Mayor Cross, but there wasn't a direct question. But I know you asked the chief a direct question, but we could not hear you. So what was your question to the chief?
I asked to hear from Mayor Cross on her budget. That's a question.
What was your question to the chief?
What was my question to what?
To the chief. I would like to
The
answer
chief,
your
is there a police holding cell inside of the new police station or not? And do they have to take them down to Upper Marbury?
Okay, in reference to that, we haven't designed a police facility yet. So we would like to have an interview room in a holding area so we can interview arrestees like every other municipality. But they won't be processed there. Every prisoner is processed at Upper Marlboro. So we would like to have a holding facility if we do get this building, if it's approved. So hopefully we can get it approved first and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other citizens' comments?
Do I get to speak on the budget or not?
I
That was
did
the
not-
question.
I did not hear a question. I heard your husband ask
Can I
about,
hear from Mayor Cross budget?
one second. I heard your husband ask you if you can hear from your budget. That's not a question. That's just a general blanket. Can you talk about your budget? That's not a question. Mr. Cross, do you have a question for Mayor Cross?
Where and when was Mayor Cross budget moved?
Where and when was Mayor Cross budget moved? Well, now I don't know where he went. I guess he just hung up. Okay.
Council President, there's been several accusations.
I see him.
Am I allowed to speak on this budget or not? Because the truth is, the mayor does not have a budget. The council has.
Well, Mayor Cross, so I honestly.
And not only that, but I don't even pay for programs. Maryland Municipal, Maryland Association of Mayors.
Mayor Cross.
That's how I represent the citizens.
All right, Mayor Cross, I don't want to remove you, but I will have to remove you. Please do not interrupt while I'm speaking.
Just be fair.
Thank you.
Stop cheating.
Well, stop lying, and you stop cheating. You
Takes one to know one, sir.
You consistently come to the citizens and you tell a lie in our face as if though you are not lying. And then you expect us to believe it. It's like you telling us that the sun is green, and if you keep on saying it, that we're going to believe it. But it's not true. There are emails to back it up. You said one lie. We showed the emails show that you were lying. You said that you did not contact. You said that you did not contact. That you did not contact Annapolis.
Point of clarity. Why won't you let me speak? I'm
talking.
Citizens of Glenarden, this is what he does. He doesn't let me.
There's a reason why she doesn't talk. It's because she consistently lies, and that's unfortunate. And I will give her every opportunity to speak to the American people, the citizens of Glenarden. But unfortunately, she uses her platform to spread falsehoods, to say that she is paying for an event and sponsoring an event that she does not own the event. As we just heard from the citizen, that she's not throwing this event. Is she a sponsor? Possibly, but it's not Mayor's Cross event. Then we asked her if she contacted and tried to sabotage Senator Benson's efforts to get us a police station. She said no to everybody here on the line. And then we showed a letter with her picture on it to the chairman of taxation and budgeting that shows that she did in fact send a letter to them. So these are just consistent lies. So she doesn't even have to lie. She doesn't even have to lie, but she can't help herself. And it is very unfortunate, especially for a person that has beat the ground to fight for your vote, and then for her to come in office and turn around and to lie to you in your face. It is shameful, and it is just, it's hurtful to a level, because we're being hurt for, because if we can't get this bond as Senator Benson is fighting so valiantly for us to get, then our officers have to be stuck in a closet where they cannot perform their duties as they should be, as they could optimally perform their duties. So between her and then Cross Entertainment coming online and saying that it did not happen, after we have seen evidence that it has happened, it's just one lie after another, and thinking that even though we have seen the evidence, even though we have seen the email from Cross Entertainment, from Mayor Cross, doing these things, that we should not believe our eyes, that we should just believe what they say. And that is unfortunate. And I hope that every citizen remembers this when they're going out to vote, not just for in the next Glenarden election, but for all the elections, because you need to hold all of your political officials accountable. And you need to fight for someone who's going to fight for you and not lie to you. And so with that being said, I will not give the mayor another chance tonight to just lie. We've heard enough of it, and we're done. So if there are no other citizens' comments, then the time, are there any closing comments from the council?
I had closing comments, but I think you dropped the mic, so I will respectfully not continue. But what I will say, Council President, and to all the citizens who are on this call, put your allegiances aside. It's okay for you to be friends with someone or for you to like someone, but to also challenge them when they are right, when they are wrong, or when they are incorrect. This level of blind loyalty is sickening, because what people are doing right now is, and I know I said I wasn't going to say anything, Council President, but what people are doing right now is, because this person gives you a turkey, then suddenly that doesn't make them a liar. Because this person gives you a gift card, suddenly that doesn't make them a liar. No, they're still a liar who's giving you a turkey. They're still a liar who's giving you a gift card. Now, I didn't mention who the liar is, but I'm just giving you an example as to how we need to start thinking independently when it comes to these situations. What I am glad about right now is enough of the talking. If somebody is saying something and we know that they are lying, and I thank you, Council President, just pull up the receipts, pull up the communications to show that this is not us. It is not us. And when we do have citizens on the call who are asking things like, when was the mayor's budget removed? It was removed. Actually, it wasn't removed. The mayor's money was appropriated under another division. And if we want to talk about why, it's because for certain situations that you all who were here earlier heard Senator Benson speak about. It's about the situation that you saw President Curtis show you all. Senator Benson said that she has been fighting for us to get a new police department. Whether we like Senator Benson, I like her, but whether we like her or not, we can't discount her efforts. Whether you like council members or not, you can't discount their efforts. Whether you like the mayor or not, you can't discount her efforts. However, when you know that there's somebody who's going to bat for you, our police department looks like it was built in the 1800s, not even the 1900s, compared to other jurisdictions. So when you have somebody fighting for you, when you have them coming to do a tour of the facility that's led, and this tour was led by the council vice president, who asked the mayor to attend, who asked council to attend. And Senator Benson and this other senator were present. They saw the need for themselves, but you have the senator who is fighting for those funds to be appropriated to this project for our city to be elevated from that level of police engagement. And what happens? You have the occupant of the mayor's office who goes behind everyone's back and writes a letter to that same person that Senator Benson is working with. That's what's happening. And well, not unfortunately, but the thing that I struggle with as a council member, and I'm challenging my other council members as well, is we are too quiet about it because we don't want to get in the dirt. But what ends up happening is the person who is wrong, the person is wrong and strong and loud, and they're the ones that are wrong. So when Senator Benson respectfully didn't call out the person's name who sent the letter, and we are asking respectfully, were you the one that sent this letter? What they don't know is we already saw the letter. So we're like, this is unfortunate. This is unfortunate. So what ends up happening is we're lumping to, oh, Glenarden needs to get it together, or the council and the mayor is fighting. We are not going behind Senator Benson's back to do anything. We're not doing that. And the reason why, if we're to connect this to the budget, since the I need to hear, I can say why. I voted to move the funding. I didn't say the funding is gone, just to have it be monitored in a more effective ways, because the mayor gets funding directly. And what she would do are the things that Senator Benson just I don't want to say chastise us about, but just reported to us about. The mayor would go to different jurisdictions and different platforms, and we would be inundated with different people coming back to us saying, what's going on with the mayor? What's going on? She's saying this, she's doing this, and we are the ones that have to stay quiet. Enough is enough. And I will continue to clarify whenever opportunities are necessary. If you all have the time, because see, I'm someone, and my colleagues will tell you this, I don't say anything that I cannot back up, not one thing. If anybody says something to me and I respond and say, I know, it's because I already have the receipts, the evidence to provide. So I challenge you all to go on case search. Go on case search. Because what you have is someone who occupies the office of the mayor, who when they get upset, they weaponize the judicial system. That's what happens. And I'm not just going off of my words, I'm going off of transcripts, which is public. Go and get your transcripts. I can give you the case number. Matter of fact, D-05-CR-23-021345. Pull that up. If you can't find it, reach out to me. I'm accessible. And don't just go by what you're reading. Get a transcript and see and hear for yourself what happened. So I respectfully am charged right now, and I apologize for saying that I wasn't going to say anything, but enough is enough. We can't keep holding the city and the work of the city hostage. We cannot lose a partner like Senator Benson. We cannot go and take the efforts of others and say that it's ours. If I give $1 towards an event, that doesn't mean that it's my event. If I give 100, 1,000, if it's not my event, it's not my event, unless the organizer said it's your event. That's just it. So with that being said, Council President, thank you for giving me the time to run my mouth when I said I wasn't going to say anything, but enough is enough. And like I said, you all don't have to like everybody here. You don't even have to like me, but what you will get are facts, not just my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other comments, the time is 11:05. This meeting is now adjourned. For council members, please remember we do have a special work session tomorrow in the Gold Room for the Gold Room rules at 6:30. All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night,
Good night.
everyone.